Good evening. I call the joint meeting of the Ames City Council and the Ames Human Relations Commission to order for June 28th. And I'd like to welcome the commission members and looking forward to the two items. One is a presentation of the 2021 Ames Human Relations Commission annual report and a resolution approving an agreement. So we'll
I'll put you at the head. Yeah, put you at the head.
we'll turn it over to Deb, and then she'll.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for this opportunity to meet with members of the Ames Human Relations Commission. They are going to give an overview of their annual report for 2021 and just talk about any questions that you may have as a result of that report or anything else that you may want to discuss with them. We are missing one member, Lynette Plander. She's unable to be with us this evening, but I'm going to go ahead and have Madesh or Dr. Chen start with introductions, and then we'll turn it over to Chair Jemai Fisher to go over the report.
Yeah, just tell them who you are.
Oh, okay. It's my first time. So, my name is Jemai Chen. I am actually a professor from Iowa State University, and I'm very happy to serve the community.
Hi there. My name is Madesh Manu from Ames. I recently graduated from Iowa State and heading to Kansas for my graduate school.
And I'm Wayne Clinton, a longtime resident of Ames, former teacher, coach, and county supervisor. And this is my second time serving on the Ames Human Relations Commission. And we are doing great things, and I'm really fortunate and blessed to do so, and proud of the work that we're doing and in collaboration with the city and all the other departments. So I wanted to just say it's a position that is really enlightening our community, and we think this report is a good reflection of it. So Mayor, you did a real good job when you selected people to be on this commission. So I want to compliment you in this regard.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jemai Fisher. I use she, her pronouns, and I have the pleasure of serving as the chair of this commission. So this evening, I'm going to go ahead and just give a few brief remarks to basically summarize the work that we've been doing that's been recapped here in this report. So last year, we talked a lot about focusing on visibility as well as representation as one of our main goals for the commission. As a result of that, I think it's safe to say that we have increased that visibility. In the year highlights in particular, you can see a variety of events that we attended just so folks know who we are. It's really unfortunate that to this day, there may be some folks who live within the community who still don't know who we are, but I think we can proudly say that a lot more folks who didn't know now know who we are. And so we are continuing that work. And that's something that we are continually working toward, trying to find opportunities for us to table, even if it's just as simple as, because sometimes people don't always want to walk up to a table, right? It's real hard to sell things sometimes. And so even if it's sometimes just showing up to events, wearing our shirts as well as our name tags, going to the grocery store with my shirt on so people can ask, hey, what exactly is that? Just to strike up random conversations so people know about the ways in which we are trying to improve the community. Another thing that we were really trying to focus on was education from the perspective of folks typically know that Ames is a more diverse space in terms of the variety of folks we have in the city, whether that's members of the university community or just the Ames community in general. And so really focusing on highlighting some of those folks. And so I want to say from September up until about February in particular, we did a lot of work in terms of highlighting folks from those communities. And that can be gleaned as well as gleaned from the report in further detail. I don't want to bore y'all because I know y'all always bring great questions. And so I think one of the things that we also had gleaned from the ICRC report last year was noticing that a lot of those complaints were coming from the employment side of things. I will say we are still strategizing around what exactly that's going to look like, but we're hoping that now that folks are a little bit more familiar with who we are, when we're trying to do outreach to some of these businesses, and as we continue to beef up our partnerships with the Chamber of Commerce, people know a little bit more about who we are. So that way, when we're reaching out to partner, they have some level of familiarity. Because it's one thing to reach out to someone who has no familiarity with you whatsoever and say, hey, I think you can benefit from this. And they're like, okay, but who are you? Whereas now people may have heard about us here and there in one way or another and been like, okay, I think I know who y'all are. How can we work together? And so I think it's really important to note that the work that we have done this far, we found what's working. And so increasing that visibility as well as representation, increasing that education for folks around Ames to learn more about diverse groups, as well as highlighting members of those diverse groups within our community, and then looking forward to partnering a little bit more with specific businesses around town based on what the reports are still telling us.
Thanks, Jemiah. Questions or comments?
I hate not to put you on the spot, but do you have upcoming events you're excited about going to that, maybe if anybody's watching at home, things they could look up?
Absolutely. Yeah. So some of the summer events one summer event that we were just at was a Juneteenth celebration this past weekend. And so I was there, Wayne was there as well. And so it was a great celebration and opportunity for us to be represented as one of the sponsors, but then also interact with some of those folks that were there.
Yeah.
Another thing that we have coming up. So last summer we attended National Night Out. We also attended Welcome Fest. And so those are our two, I want to say, summer main events where we get to interact with the community at National Night Out, but then we really get to put ourselves on the students' radars as well during Welcome Fest. And so those are two of our main summer events that we're looking forward to.
Awesome. Thank you.
Mhm.
Jemiah, I know that the commission was working with the chamber on the symposium on building inclusive organizations. Is there potential to expand that in any way to help with that educating of businesses in order to bring down those numbers of employment complaints?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think the symposium typically has quite a number of businesses participate, right? Who, they have a certain amount of seats or, tickets every single year. But I think there definitely are ways for us to incorporate more targeted business leadership, really putting that symposium title into practice sessions. And we're currently planning exactly what that's going to look like. had a little bit of hiccups with the dates, but I definitely do think as we begin to brainstorm potential themes, breakout sessions, or even, special track options for specific organizations, that's definitely something that we may want to think about. But I also anticipate or visualize that there may be further opportunity there. And once we have that captive audience in terms of folks who were there, doing some follow-up in terms of reaching out to those organizations specifically, because typically their presence at those symposiums says that, hey, this is something that we're committed to, right? And so I really do appreciate that suggestion. And I think that could very much so be an already captive, engaged audience for us to follow up with.
Right. The key, if I may interject just a minute, that I see as a major challenge. I've lived in Ames as long as I have. The symposium itself, if you look at the businesses that generally have been there back to back, they're pretty much the same ones. And when we look at this report, and if we see that there perhaps could have been a complaint involving in housing or discrimination or something from a business perspective, we would not know who that particular business is, so that we could maybe sit down and have a follow-up and just say, hey, are there ways in which we could either help you? Is there things in terms of communication with your employers or whatever it may be? But those are one of the challenges that we are lacking in terms of our role, which you guys know with the Iowa Civil Rights Division that handles these type of cases, the ICRC. But what I'm impressed by is the youth, and with Dr. Chin coming on now, we have already started to broaden our involvement, we made inroads with the proclamation here. The city honored the Chinese New Year and their celebration, and I was able to attend that, and I can see us having a further engagement in this because they are one of the largest ethnic groups, minorities, in our community, and they usually tend to stay within themselves, and so we wouldn't know as much about what may be some of the challenges unless Dr. Chin was made aware of it and he could bring it to our attention, and then we could strategize, is there something more that we could do just as a commission? But I do think that the suggestion that you just heard is really going to be something that I think Jemai is going to encourage the rest of the commission to. Let's see how we can do that. And this might be something that you can help us with. If you know a business, and as you are out and you're saying, if there's ever a question about maybe having the Human Relations Commission come and share with you or sit down and have a little bit of dialogue about workplace issues and so forth, we're not coming there to tell you what to do, but just in general, how we as a community, when we talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion, what that picture really looks like. It's one thing to have the words out there, but do you truly understand exactly what that is? And especially when you take an internal look at your own business to see where you are today and what you might be able to achieve, just by focusing on it. So I'm really excited about not only what we've had, and I would have to say, Mayor, a couple of years ago, a year and a half now almost, the opportunity came for new leadership on who was going to head the commission. And I recognized right away that this was a young lady that, really will be able to champion us, move us in a great direction. But it's a way to bring youth in more engaged and involved. And while I was willing to serve in the vice chair role, I was just eager to give her the leadership. And she has just done a phenomenal job. And I'm really impressed with the direction that we're going. So kudos to Jemai and your leadership.
Thank you, Wayne.
And I would just add too, on page 12 of your report, it's part of the strategic plan, which we're coming up on the end of this plan by the end of the year. So we'll be working on revising it and renewing it. But under strategic plan goal B, information and analysis, one of our objectives is number 2 there, and that's for the commission to partner with city and community members to learn about discrimination and how to decrease the risk, specifically partnering with community employers and HR specialists. And I think, especially now as we've worked through the majority of the pandemic, doing more intentful contacts and outreach, and maybe through the help of the chamber in getting into some of those businesses and getting in front of them. Like Jemai said, I think, the groundwork this last year in helping people understand who the Human Relations Commission is and what their mission is. We're off to a great start there, but then doing a little bit more of that outreach and talking to businesses, especially with our data continuing to be what it is reported by ICRC.
I have a question. So do we work with Iowa State at all in their efforts to promote a diverse and welcoming community?
Absolutely. So as you all most likely will know, there has been some changes in leadership on that front at Iowa State that is still relatively new. And so I think as we begin to learn a little bit more about what exactly that directive is that they're going to take, we'll be able to collaborate more effectively. But as I mentioned, that person is still pretty new. And so I think they're still carving out exactly what it is their methods as well as their goals are going to be. But
I
as
just
soon
met
as-
Sharon at the Juneteenth
Yeah.
celebration, and she explained to me that Iowa State is about to kick off their next campus climate survey. So this seems like a good opportunity for us to partner with them, and we certainly want to do our part to create a welcoming environment for Iowa State faculty and staff and students. So
Absolutely. Yes. And definitely on the student front, Madesh has had and I always get a little sad when I talk about this. Madesh is going to be leaving us this summer. And we plan on working collaboratively with Iowa State student government to figure out who exactly that new person is going to be. And so we're hoping that from a student perspective, especially, we'll be a lot more in tune in terms of what exactly things are looking like in terms of the student climate, because who better to glean that from than the student themselves, right? They typically tend to have a bit of a better understanding. And while I'm also an Iowa State staff member working in diversity, equity, and inclusion as well, we're definitely going to have that exposure and be in the know in that way. And so I'm hoping that as we learn more about what that survey is going to look like, we can figure out how we can partner together to support each other in that endeavor.
yeah, that relationship is very important. So appreciate that. Thank you.
Absolutely.
So this strategic plan that you're coming to the end of, very comprehensive. I imagine there were a number of lessons learned and perhaps you identified some needs. What else can we be doing as a council or as city to make sure that the Human Relations Commission is as effective as it can be?
Absolutely. So one of the things that we have recently discovered, especially around supporting, especially around supporting some of these cultural heritage month celebrations, or even learning more, is that we've been able to get in contact with some of these community-based affinity groups, right? And so learning more a little bit about what their needs are, what is it that they're endeavoring to do. And oftentimes those endeavors are very much so in alignment with our goals, our mission, as well as our strategic initiatives. And a lot of times what that may require is resources and or support. And so specifically, as we take a look at our budget, we've been trying to think, we typically have our general line items from year to year, right? And for the most part, those have stayed the same. However, there has been more conversation around how can we really put our money where our mouth is, so to speak, in supporting these groups. And some of which has been around how can we carve out space in our budget to really meaningfully support these groups in their endeavors in a way that promotes goodwill and fosters partnership that is sustainable. And so I think as we began to think about that strategic goal planning, thinking about intentional resource management and doing so in a meaningful way, not just to give funds and support in that way, but to give funds to foster sustainable partnerships.
Excellent,
Thank you.
excellent.
Other questions? Excuse me, I just want to commend you. I remember coming to meet with you. I was probably with COVID, and my whole brain scrambled, but it was a year and a quarter ago, I think, and just challenged you in terms of how to broaden, engagement with, different cultures that are here. And you took that and ran with it. Certainly more of a focus on the, Chinese New Year, with the Latinx Hispanic Heritage Month. I think, you really knocked it out of the park with really trying to, work on that. And so you're to be commended for really trying to broaden, the vision and the perspective. And by the way, Madesh, I just got an email from Clemson, and they actually rescinded your application. So they said, stay at Iowa State. So you're going to, just kidding. We really enjoyed having you be a part of the Human Relations Commission, and as you have been mentioned, you'll be sorely missed. Anyway, any other questions or comments? Anybody else on the commission? Madesh, any closing comments?
Go ahead. I'll take one. I would like to thank the council members and the mayor for giving me this wonderful opportunity to serve in the commission and the community. Learned so much in the past 3 years. Get to work with awesome people. So I would like to thank you all. And it's one of my best college experiences here.
Wow. Thank you.
Mayor, if you would have just seen his graduation post, I think it went viral. Of all the people there, the celebration, the happiness, and the joy of achieving that it's something to behold. So.
I always say I never see him without a smile on his face, so it's just great. All right, I'd entertain a motion then to accept the Human Relations Annual Report.
So moved?
Second.
Thank you. Roll call.
Aye.
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 Aye. Aye. Aye.
Thank you. Item number 2, Deb, do you want to make any comments on the resolution on the agreement between HRC and Iowa Civil Rights Commission, or is there?
Yes, it's just an annual agreement, and it runs on the fiscal year. And this is our cooperative agreement with the Iowa Civil Rights Commission to have them do investigations of complaints that they receive. It does allow us, if we want to do some of that work, that we could choose to do that. But at this point in time, it's been council's wishes that is all done through ICRC. They have the talent and the expertise to do this. And if we do have somebody that asks about filing a complaint, we show them where they can file that online, or if they want to do that in paper, or the phone number. We give them that contact information to help connect them. But we do leave the expertise to ICRC.
Questions? Entertain motion on approval of resolution for the agreement between Ames Human Relations Commission and Iowa Civil Rights Commission regarding intake and investigation of civil rights complaints.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Roll call.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Well, on behalf of council, thank you all for your work. It's important work. And thank you, Wayne, for the kind words. But there are so many people in this community that step up and work hard on boards and commissions. You're just a great example of that. And we're making progress. We have a long ways to go, but making progress. And so I'll open up the floor if any of the commission members want to make any comments before entertain adjournment. All right.
Thank you for the opportunity
All
to
right.
serve.
All right. Council, before we adjourn, Madesh has respectfully requested an opportunity to do a photo op with us. So we're going to get together over here right after we adjourn, and then we will then move into our regular meeting. So entertain a motion to adjourn the joint meeting.
Move adjourn. Second.
Okay, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
June 28th to order. And the first item on the agenda is presentation by Mr. Dunn on water and pollution control information. John?
Good evening. So last week we did issue a press release about some new EPA health advisories that were issued. And Steve and I thought it would be worthwhile just to give you a summary of what that was all about. So this is a really technical guidance that came from the EPA, and I apologize, but I've got to start with a super quick chemistry lesson. So what is this PFAS anyway? It's a group of man-made chemicals. These are not things that occur in nature. And the title PFAS is an acronym that's PFAS stands for per and polyfluoroalkyl substances. So they are essentially, they're characterized by long chains of carbon atoms with fluorine attached to it. And then with different lengths of that chain and different functional groups on the end, that's what creates this huge class of more than 6,000 chemicals. These have been used for decades, probably since the 40s and 50s for sure, in commercial residential applications. So everything from nonstick cookware coatings, think Teflon, water repellent fabrics and furnitures and carpets, and Scotchgard is the name brand. They're used in a lot of paper packaging, particularly for food products. So if you go to a fast food restaurant and you buy a cheeseburger, your cheeseburger, that's what keeps the cheese from sticking to the paper. It's in the pizza delivery box when it comes to your house. If you fix microwave popcorn, that's what keeps the oil from soaking through the bag. Another common use for it is it's used in aqueous film forming foams or firefighting foams. And so it's seen quite a bit around airports because it's really good at putting out really hot fires. The challenges with these compounds is that carbon fluorine bond is incredibly difficult to break. It's one of the strongest chemical bonds known. And as a result, it's earned the nickname in the media of forever chemicals because these things just do not break down in the environment. And there is emerging evidence that indicates that these are a health risks, possibly at quite a bit lower levels than what the EPA had originally established. So about these health advisories, first of all, they're not regulatory limits, they're advisory limits. But in 2015, EPA established a health advisory for two specific chemicals in this class, PFOA and PFOS. And the standard at that time was that the concentration of those two chemicals, if you add them together, that needs to be below 70 parts per trillion. So not million, not billion, but trillion. A challenge with that was up until about 18 months ago, we could not even test at that level. The detection limit for then state-of-the-art analytical methods was around 100 parts per trillion. About 18 months ago, that changed. There are new EPA methods that are now approved that allow us to test down to about 2 parts per trillion. So on June 15th, a couple of weeks ago, EPA, I think it's fair to say they stunned the drinking water community when they came out with new standards that specifically looking at PFOA are a factor of 12,500 times lower than what the previous health advisory was. So where it was before 70 parts per trillion, now it's 0.004 parts per trillion or 4 parts per quadrillion. When I was first told what those numbers were going to be by an insider, I thought this person's an attorney. Sorry, Mark, but they must have just got the units wrong. That can't be right. But this is actually what they came out with. So for PFOA, PFOS, these are now considered interim health limits. EPA is still working on the science. For the other two, PFBS and HFPO, or sometimes those are referred to as the Gen X chemicals, both of those are considered final health advisory. So EPA believes that the science is settled on those two. So in comparing our results to those standards, the current limit of quantification, like I said, is 2 parts per trillion. That means that the detection limit is 500 times higher than what the health advisory is for PFOA. So that's a challenge right there. We cannot measure anywhere near what these new health advisory levels are. So when we compare our numbers, we have done 4 rounds of sampling since December. For the two newest standards, PFBS and HFPO, we are comfortably below what those new health advisories are. But for the other two with the interim standards, we are above that. So again, the really confusing part about this and trying to explain it to folks is that EPA says these are advisory levels. These are not maximum contaminant levels, which is the regulatory limits that are set under the Safe Drinking Water Act. And they're even on their website with all of they actually put out a lot of material, but it repeatedly says over and over, if you have questions, ask your utility. And they've given utilities very little information to react to and to provide information to customers. So that aspect of this has been a little challenging to deal with. So like I said, we have been looking for these chemicals in our water since, we've been taking actions since January. Our first samples were collected in December. There's more questions than answers right now. So as a staff, we felt that the first thing we could do to help our customers understand was to just be as transparent as we possibly could. And so we've made the commitment, and I said this to my peers around the state Friday in a webcast talking about this. We're committed to being the most transparent utility in Iowa when it comes to PFAS. And I'll talk with you just a little bit more about what we're doing on that. So there are 5 specific things that we are doing in response to PFAS. 4 of these were in effect prior to EPA coming out with the new health advisory levels. So these are actions that have been going on ever since. The first, we dedicated a page on our website specific to PFAS. And we gave it a friendly URL so that when we're in settings like this, it's easy for me to tell you what it is and it's easy for customers to remember. So it's cityofames.org/PFAS. And if you go there, you will see all of our testing results, not just for the 4 compounds that are covered by health advisories, but every chemical in this PFAS family that we've tested for, all of those results are there. We are, I believe, the only utility in the state that has undertaken as comprehensive of an assessment of our source water as what we have done. And we have looked at every single one of our wells. And that's the second thing that we're doing is that in-depth testing of all of those wells. They've all been tested at least once. Some of them have been tested a couple times. The finished drinking water we have tested 4 times since December. The third thing that we're doing is, and we signed this agreement back in March, I think, but a cooperative agreement with researchers at Iowa State University to do a source characterization for us. So in addition to just looking at what's in each of the wells, what Dr. Charbonnet is going to do is what he calls a Pfas fingerprint. And he says that each of the different applications of these chemicals leave a different fingerprint. There's different combinations of the chemicals present. And so they're going to attempt to try to tell us what was the original application that these compounds were used in. You know, was it an industrial lubricant? Was it a firefighting foam? Where did it come from? And then that will hopefully allow us, coupling it with the hydraulic models that we've got of our groundwater aquifer, to be able to trace back to where the potential geographic source of these chemicals might be. And that seemingly out of place picture up there of Daria, she is one of our student operators, and she is a graduate student working with Dr. Charbonnet, and she'll be the one doing all this analytical analysis for us. So out of a real challenge, Daria is going to come out of this as a leading expert in doing this PFAS fingerprinting technique. The fourth thing that we've done is to modify our source water. So these are the individual results of each of our wells. The blue is the concentration of PFOA, the yellow is PFOS, and you can see the very top of that chart is set at 70 parts per trillion. That's what the old health advisory level was. 9 of our 22 wells had no detectable levels at all. Of the other 13, 12 of them were below 10 parts. And you see well number 17 there really sticks out as an anomaly in the rest of our inventory. And so as soon as we saw these results, we stopped using well number 17. We have not abandoned it yet. We're going to kind of wait and see how the science plays out. But until we know more, we're going to stop using that well. And in a webcast that I listened to with EPA last Wednesday, they said that right now the guidance that they're giving utilities is just think about it like this. The lower the levels, the lower the risk. And so by taking that one well out of service, we've lowered our PFAS concentration by 75%. And then the last step that we're undertaking, and this is the one thing that we've done specifically in response to the EPA actions, is to ask Fox Strand Engineering here in Ames to help us with just a super high level conceptual evaluation of what type of PFAS treatment would make sense given the type of treatment that we've already got. We're certainly not planning to construct anything until the science shakes out and we know better what that might look like. But I thought it was important for us, for you, for our customers to understand what the cost might be of trying to get to those health advisory levels. So lastly, I just wanted to provide answers to probably the two most frequent questions that we've been getting. Is water with PFOS safe? And I pulled some quotes from the EPA fact sheets. EPA says we don't really know yet. We know that these chemicals can cause harm, and the question is at what level does it require before they become toxic? So that science is ongoing, and but it's confusing, right? When you start talking about contaminants in drinking water, it makes everybody nervous because that's a very personal thing when you're drinking the water. And so I'm not a toxicologist. I'm not an epidemiologist. I can't try to interpret all of this research that's been going on. But one of the things that I would offer is to try to provide a comparison to other more familiar contaminants in drinking water. And so the health advisories, and I'm going to use the PFOA compound, the one with the lowest concentration. If you compare that health advisory to what the regulatory limit is for mercury in drinking water, the health advisory for PFOA is 500,000 times lower than what the maximum contaminant level for mercury is. To me, again, is not a toxicologist, that feels out of whack, especially if you think about the fact that for decades we've taken the most sensitive population, infants, and we've dressed them in stain-resistant clothing, and we've laid them on scotch-guarded carpet. And then to tell me that that's 500,000 times more toxic than mercury just doesn't intuitively feel right to me. So if you were to give me two glasses of water, one that's got mercury at the MCL and the other that has PFOS at 500,000 times the health advisory, I'm taking the PFOS glass every time. Especially since if I eat a cheeseburger and then stick my finger in the glass of water, I've probably exceeded the health advisory just from what I picked up on my fingers. Our staff, even with the detection limit at 2 parts per trillion, they have to be double gloved when they're collecting samples. The labels that they use, they have to use certain brands of pens because some pens have PFOS in them. You can't use blue ice, the refrigerant for packing that material, because blue ice has PFOS in it, out of risk that even just the regular ice that you're packing in might have PFOS. You have to double bag, but there's certain brands of bags that you have to use because the bags have PFOS in them, and it's so ubiquitous in the environment. I do struggle with the 500,000 times limit. And EPA does acknowledge that the limits that they've set, I used the wrong word, they're not limits, they're advisories, but these advisories are lower than what their own science advisory board has recommended to them. And EPA says that when these health advisories are issued as final, they do expect them to go up. They say they do not expect them to go back up anywhere near what the old advisories levels were, though. So the other question that we've been asked the most is, should I switch to drinking bottled water? And I think there's this misconception that bottled water must be pure because it's bought in a grocery store. EPA in that same webcast last week categorically said we are not recommending that people switch to bottled water solely because their tap water exceeds these health advisory levels. And the screen capture that I include on this slide, this is from the International Bottled Water Association. And they say, in reference to PFAS on their website, there are no Food and Drug Administration standards for PFAS or even testing requirements in bottled water. And it's the USDA that controls bottled water, not the EPA. And the Bottled Water Association has a voluntary standard for their members, but at 5 and 10 parts, those do not, again, come anywhere close to the health advisory. And I'm not picking on these folks. I'm sure they got caught flat-footed just as much as the rest of the profession did a couple weeks ago when those new standards came out. Similarly, EPA made a categorical statement because one of the things in their advisory says that infants and breastfeeding moms are the most vulnerable population. But they came right out and said, we do not recommend that people stop breastfeeding because the water that the mother is drinking has PFAS in it. And they said that the advantages of breastfeeding far outweighs any potential risk from PFAS. And so kind of juxtaposing those comments from EPA, they're trying to soften a little bit, I think, what these numbers suggest. So really, that's all I've got for you tonight. I'm glad to answer any questions you might have. Some of the answers might be, we don't know yet, but I'm glad to answer them anyway.
Questions?
I have one about the more industrial uses of it. I mean, it's still on the market clearly as a product, and so packaging will still continue to have it and things like that. What about big quantities of it, though, like firefighting foam? Steve, do you know, have we moved to a firefighting foam that's non-PFAS?
Yeah,
or you know?
I can ask
Yeah.
because I asked Chief Higgins that
Good.
specifically. Because back in December, right about when this started, we actually had done a forest burn, and overnight we had a tree catch on fire, and the fire department came out and sprayed the tree in foam. And I said, Rich, what are you doing? And he said, no, we several years ago replaced their entire inventory of foams with a non-PFAS variety.
Okay. And then, yeah, my other question would be about other major. You mentioned, some of the possibilities for, like well 17s contaminant, like what was the other one you mentioned? Lubricant, industrial lubricant, like those types of uses are still allowed too?
They are in some limited cases. The manufacturers of these chemicals have voluntarily started withdrawing them from use. I can't speak as to whether there's a legal obligation for them to do so, but their use is being curtailed. I saw one study that said that they were testing for the presence of PFAS in human blood, and they said nearly every person that they tested, they were finding it. But they did also comment that since 2008, the concentrations in blood that they're seeing do seem to be slowly dropping.
Interesting. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
John, I have one question about the testing, and I read the report that you put out, and I'm trying to get my mind around the fact that, is it true that the testing equipment cannot even test the levels that are now part of the advisory? That the maximum quantity that you can actually register on those is something like 1.9
Yeah, if I
PPT?
slip back up here to an earlier table. There. In this table, so in that far right column, you see what the health advisory levels are. The detection limit that the contract lab we use is able to get is 1.9 parts per trillion. So for the two new chemicals that they added, you can test down to the health advisory, but you cannot get anywhere close to the advisory levels of PFOA and PFOS.
Okay, I don't really see then how you can adequately monitor that, but
Yeah, every utility in the country is going to land in one of two buckets. Either it's above the detection limit, so you know that you're above the health advisory, or it's below the detection limit and you can't say categorically whether you do or do not meet the health advisory. If anybody is asserting that they meet the health advisory, I'd like to talk to them about their analytical methods.
John, two questions. How does Ames compare with the state? Are we getting information from the Iowa DNR about other parts of Iowa? Where do we fit?
The highest concentration, and maybe I should explain, DNR started, they've got a phase 1, 2, and 3 assessment. Ours were a part of the phase 1. And what they did was they looked on an EPA database that had potential locations where these chemicals were used. And then they looked in a mile radius around them to see if there was drinking water wells. And we did have our wells. And so that's where they started with that testing. There are, in that first round, I believe there were 9 utilities in the state where they had levels that were above detection. The highest concentration that I saw was 63, which was pushing what that old advisory level was. And that was in Central City. They had a single well. It was in a location where there had been a huge fire years ago, and firefighting foam was used to put it out. So Central City had to abandon their one well and drill a new well. I think all of the rest of the utilities are like us. They're under that 10, between 10 and 2, the ones that had the positive detects.
So that's helpful to get sort of a context. And then you mentioned your efforts to reach out to Fox. Iowa State, are we also working with Iowa State in this? Do they have anyone who would be a good resource?
Yeah, that's also a part of there's a limited element of it. That's a part of the scope with Dr. Charbonnet and
Okay.
with Daria doing that research with
Okay,
us.
great. Good. Thank you.
Anything else?
I have a quick question. Where's the location of well 17, and is it known where the source of the chemicals are coming from in that well?
So well 17 is on the Iowa State campus. It sits just south of College Creek near the rec center. We don't know for sure. Based on the direction of groundwater flow, we have a suspicion that it might be coming from the old fire safety training school that was up on Haber Road. That's certainly the obvious source, but there's some investigation that needs to come. And I am meeting next week with staff from Facilities Planning and Management at Iowa State and the Environmental Health and Safety Group to talk about what we're seeing.
Great, thank you.
Other questions? So we're testing at 2.2 and 4.6, and your last slide showed bottled water was, their allowable standards was 5 and 10. Is that correct?
5 and 10, yeah.
So people are buying it will not see labels saying we're testing at 0.0004. The point is that our water is actually below what the standards are for bottled water.
Right. And the results that are on this particular slide, those are 4 sample events. 2 of them, well 17 was operating. 2 of them, well 17 was not operating. When 17 was on, we were right around 10 parts for the 2 combined. With it off, we're at about 2.4. So that's why I said that it's about a 75% reduction just by taking that one well out of service.
I also noted in your report that we get a lot of water from well 17. It's like 700,000 gallons per day. Is that right?
Yeah, that's roughly it. Yeah.
So given the fact that we're putting out, 8-9 million gallons of water a day, that's no insignificant, number. So I appreciate you bringing to the council's attention that we're trying to get some new wells. They'll put 2.6 million gallons per
Yep,
day. Is
in
that
that
right?
range.
But if we lose well 7, which we may have to, that's going to reduce some of our backup capacity. But that's a price
Right.
we'll have to pay to.
Yep. And that new well field, we did do some test drilling there before we went too far into the design, but that was back when we had the old analytical methods. So we are attempting yet this summer to drill a new test wells in that area and use these new test methods to make sure that there's not something hiding that we couldn't detect before. So we may be spending $20,000 or so to do test drilling, but that's, I think, worthwhile before we make a $7 million investment.
Well, I think I speak for council. Thank you for being proactive, coming and putting together presentations so everyone can be, informed. And it just shows that we continue to seek to excel in everything and being transparent and letting people know what's going on. And go to the website if you have questions, or I guess they could email you too if they had questions, right?
Absolutely could.
All right.
Yeah. thank
John,
you for the time.
what are we doing? So on that point, Are there some ways in which we're going to be reaching out, doing some social media posts or things about this?
So yeah, we did a social media post last week. We also did a press release on, I think, Tuesday or Wednesday of last week. The communication will be continuous. For the most current information, I would point folks to that webpage as new analytical data comes in. Particularly once Daria's research starts coming, we'll get a lot of information rolling in, and that's where we're going to be warehousing it.
Okay, great, thanks.
All right. Thanks, John. All right, moving on to consent. We are working from an amended agenda, council, and there's two items added to consent. One is motion approving salaries for council appointees for FY 2022-2023, and also resolution setting a date of public hearing for July 12th to consider vacation of existing 10-foot electric easement at 1404 and 1410 Buckeye. Does council wish to pull any item from consent tonight? Hearing none, entertain a motion approving consent as included in the amended agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Roll call.
Aye.
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 Thank you. Moving on to public forum. This is the time we set aside for comments from the public on topics of city business that are not listed on the agenda tonight. Understand council will not take any action on your comments at this meeting, and ask people to limit their comments to 3 minutes or less. And I have a card from Lucas Lyle, I believe. And if you would introduce yourself, Lucas, and your address, and you may proceed.
Hello, I'm Lucas Bliley. My address is 4212 Phoenix Street. I'm here tonight on behalf of the Ames Climate Action Team. We're excited and encouraged by the steps Ames has taken towards addressing climate change in our community. ACAT hopes to continue to support these efforts going forward. Tonight, I wanted to highlight just one way the city can start working towards those goals right now. ACAT believes that Ames can mitigate its contribution to climate change through innovative city planning. Ames is already moving towards this and moving in the right direction with the Ames 2040 plan. That plan lays out some really solid principles to shape our development strategy going forward. I'm speaking of the G1 sustainable growth, G3 infill, G4 quality urban experience, and G6 equity goals. The challenge now is to ensure that Ames's development actually reflects these goals going into the future and does so in a way that encourages low carbon development. It won't be enough to simply switch our energy systems to renewables or our internal combustion engine cars to electric vehicles. We also need some comprehensive changes to the design of our city that encourage walkability, alternative transportation, while reducing the emissions from our residential buildings. So Ames Climate Action Team is working to investigate just how Ames can do this, and we'll come up with some ideas that we'll bring at a later date to council. But in the meantime, we just wanted to emphasize the importance of doing this kind of thing and to factor climate change in all the decisions that we're making. It's really important to remember that our historical development patterns were largely set in motion before the seriousness of climate change was understood, and as such should be revisited with climate change in mind. Some ideas for what we could do, or so I guess some questions to sort of get us thinking in that direction is, could we change parking requirements to encourage alternative transportation? Could we adjust residential density limits to encourage lower carbon development? Could decreasing minimum lot sizes reduce per capita emissions? I don't have answers to these questions, but they're the kinds of questions that I think indicate what kinds of things the city can do, sort of levers that they can mess with to put us on the path towards that goal as we work towards carbon neutrality in Ames. Thank you.
Thanks, Lucas. Richard?
You're better than Einstein, you're better than Jesus, you're better than God, you're better than I am. It doesn't take much to be better than me. You know, they say that Einstein used to say, I'm God. And it's like it was their ideas that to have all the world's political, military, and religious leaders experience the nuclear explosion going off in their face when they set off the atomic bomb to prove how effective it would be. It was like it made the war in the Pacific go on longer than if there had never been an atomic bomb, because they didn't want to be called for what they really are. And nowadays they try to get people to behave like computers and computers to behave like people. And I don't know, it's like I don't know how to relate to people very well. I don't think people know how to relate to me very well either. You know, it's like I know, I mean, just 2 weeks ago, it's like there was a placard placed on my property about Hunsaker was trying to get a notice to do something for the back of the thing. It's like I went down to Hunsaker and they didn't know anything about it. You know, they were the ones that did it. And it's like, I mean, I don't even have a phone to call Kelly or anything. And it's like you sort of saying that it's like, I don't know. I'm very upset. They don't even, I mean, places like churches, they don't even pay taxes at all. You know, it's like my father, rest his soul, was the biggest atheist you ever met in your life. And I tried to improve the national motto a long time ago. You're better than God, you're better than Jesus, you're better than I am. It's like I did a little conversion of taps to my old man twice in his lifetime. And he wouldn't listen to it either time, and he's dead now. You know, and it's like he wouldn't take me to a church. He took me to a church once. He wouldn't go in there, and he said, they'll teach you about Jesus, God, and nukes. I know all kinds of dumb stuff about nuclear weapons, about how they were afraid they would cause a chain reaction in the world's atmosphere. And it was their own words that it would have been better for the Nazis to win World War II than for them to make the decisions they were making. And they wanted to know what the effects would be on living human tissue. They didn't give a damn for living human tissue. They wanted to, I mean, B.F. Skinner would give his own infant kid electric shocks to teach his own infant kid to be scared to death of mice. It's like better to be mice than his own infant kid.
Richard, can you draw your comments to a close, please? Thank you. Anybody else? All right, closed public forum. Moving on to item number 28, resolution confirming appointment of members to the Ames Resident Police Advisory Committee. And it's my honor to present to council. It was included in the packet, a list of 7 individuals I'm recommending be appointed. And just a quick recap, we open up the application period. We did extend it for a while to try and capture and get people that would be from a diverse background. And we had 63 applications. And then using the requirements set forth in the ordinance, staff and I met, we evaluated each application. We selected 8 individuals. And of that, 1 individual withdrew because of a time commitment. And I met with each one over a 30 to 45 minute period of time. And in the packet, I outlined the things we talked about. But I honestly can't be more pleased with the caliber of the applicants. I believe they're going to be an outstanding inaugural RPAC group, and looking forward to get started. Their term would start on Friday, July 1st, and it talks about the suggested terms. And one question was raised about the different term limits, and because we are starting off later than April 1st, I suggested some term appointment eligibility and tried to break them up both from a standpoint of gender and also opportunity for people to continue to serve. So I'd be happy to take any questions that you might have. And I know that each one was very excited about the opportunity, and doesn't mean people can't reapply in the future because of the openings going forward. But we're looking forward to seeing this group get started.
Mayor, can you give us any sense of how 63 applications compares to the number of applications that you see for other boards and commissions?
Well, we get probably at least 60 to 70 applications. No, we don't. We probably get 30 to 40 applications asking to be appointed to a variety of boards and commissions. But this is probably by far the largest ever that we've ever gotten for one particular commission. I mean, it just pales in comparison. So yeah, there's been significant interest. So good question.
Was 8 the target number you're setting out for at the beginning of selection, or was there a target?
There's 7 open positions.
I see.
I chose 8 in case we had one that would withdraw.
I see.
And it turned out one did withdraw because of the time commitment. I want to have a backup because I want to make sure we, kept on track.
Sure. I see.
And honestly, each one I thought, okay, well, maybe we'll have to find somebody else. And each one is just outstanding in their own right. And one of the things that's really exciting is that virtually everyone said they want to be a conduit and and be able to share with people from their different groups that they're associated with. We have Latino, we have Asian American, Pacific Islander, we have the Black community, white community, and LGBT all represented on here. So, and we have a nice age group too. So.
I just wanted to make a quick comment. When we first thought of this RPAC group, I wanted to voice the idea that students would be able to be a part of it because that's a big part of our Ames population that interacts with the Ames police. But out of 63 applicants, there was no Iowa State students that applied. So I'm hoping in coming years we can add that piece of diversity to our commission, but I'm very excited about the members that we have and the 7 that we have starting out.
Thanks, Rachel. And as she did ask that question before the meeting, I shared with her too. One of the candidates that is being appointed will be starting at DMAC next year and plans to attend Iowa State. So hopefully that will be a natural pipeline also. But you're right, there was no Iowa State students that applied. Any further questions? Otherwise, entertain a motion on resolution approving or confirming the appointments of the members that are presented.
Move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Roll call.
Aye.
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 Thank you, Council. We'll move on to item number 29, discussion on Cyclone Welcome Weekend. Steve?
As the city council mayor knows, the Saturday before the first day of classes at Iowa State University has become known as 801 Day. And I think as you're also aware, this unofficial celebration has morphed into a rather raucous day-long event, which has resulted in numerous complaints that the city has received from residents in the community. Fearing that some of the behavior might lead to injury to the participants and bystanders, we began discussions with the mayor, the police chief, and I began discussions with ISU President Winterstein and her administrative staff in an attempt to create a new event that would encourage more positive behavior. And as a result of these discussions, ISU is planning to introduce a new program entitled Cyclone Welcome Weekend that will be on the Friday and the Saturday before the first day of classes. The 2-day event will be designed to welcome new and returning students to not only Iowa State University, but also the city of Ames in preparation for the start of the 2022-23 academic year. Events that are being planned will include entertainment, sporting competitions, games, food experiences, as well as working with the business community to try to establish discounts throughout the city in some of the commercial areas. Now, while the bulk of the responsibility for this event will reside with the university, they have asked specifically that the city council consider 4 specific activities, and I've outlined them tonight. They would like us to contribute $5,000 to the cost of hosting the event. That could go to entertainment or some of the other events that will be planned. I can assure you the university is investing a substantially more than this $5,000 contribution. They would also like that we consider changing our ordinances in two aspects. One has to do with the municipal code, and during this particular time frame, they'd like us to increase the penalties for violations of the nuisance parties. Right now, it's $100 for the first violation and $200 for the second. They'd like us to increase it to $750 for the first violation to $1,000. Also, they've seen a lot of problems in university-impacted neighborhoods where people, mostly coming from the outside, attracts people from not just Iowa State students from outside, parking on both sides of the street illegally. That's causing a bit of a danger for emergency response vehicles. So this is unusual, but they'd ask us to create an ordinance that would allow us to tow vehicles that are parked illegally on those alternate side parking during those 2 days. So if you can support those two changes, what you need to do is direct that to the city attorney. I think in talking to the police chief, we like to create an ordinance that gives you a little more flexibility that doesn't specify just these 2 days, but also the possibility it could be some other event that may occur in the future. It could be a big football weekend or some kind of other celebration that we want to enact, or we want to actually operationalize these two changes. We would make sure that the ordinance is written so the council would have to approve it in advance. It wouldn't be approved administratively, so there'd be a lot of advance notice. So those two are for consideration, would be referrals to the city attorney. And by the way, if you do that, we're going to have to come back pretty quickly because, believe it or not, August is around the corner. Well, the last one they wanted to do, they wanted to establish express route for students from Memorial Union in the morning, that's Saturday, to Farmers Market, and then also in the afternoon directly from the Union to the mall. Now, talking to the director of SciRide, she informed us that really because of federal funding, federal transit funding, what we have to do, if you want to, it would be known as a charter service, you'd have to actually solicit interest from, there are actually 89 agencies, and they don't have to be located in Ames, but have expressed interest in providing charter service. You'd have to contact them, and they would have first draw on this and actually could charge for the services. So it's unlikely that we'd ever be able to do this. Now, Barb, the director did remind me that actually we have a red route that will run on those Saturdays, and they run from 7 a.m. till 10 p.m. And that red route actually runs by the Memorial Union, goes downtown, and then heads up to the mall. So students at Iowa State can take advantage of free right now. I think we'd be willing at SciRide maybe to put some signs out at some of those locations, just to remind them not only is the normal red route, but you can go to downtown Farmers Market and try to promote going to the mall on that day. So I don't think we can meet that particular requirement specifically as was requested, but we can certainly promote that red route. Now, Bryce told you last time that he was trying to solicit input from the student government. I think it's the student government's chief officers, and he sent me a memo, and I've included their feedback from 3 people, and he might want to speak to the students' perspective on this too. All in all, I want to tell you, given the large amount of citizen complaints that we receive, puts a lot of pressure on the police department to try to keep up with those. And we certainly support the attempt by the university to refocus this weekend, and it's worthy of our support. We certainly don't want to have events mushroom where we're going to have some injury to, again, people participating or just bystanders there. It's certainly not any property damage too. So redirecting this in a positive way is something I think we should support. And this is kind of minimal. I want to emphasize again, this is minimal compared to what the university is prepared to do for this weekend. If you have any questions, or Bryce can speak to the student.
Yeah. You want to go ahead, Bryce?
Yeah. So I want to thank everyone involved with this that came up with these. It's hard to figure out something and how effective it's going to be, considering we've never tried anything to combat the increase of what this weekend has become. I think something is worth a try. As I listed the comments I received from some of the chief officers, and some of their main concern is when it comes to the fining and the towing, if there's going to be any sort of way to let the residents know that the fines are going to be increasing so much, because that is a lot. $750 and $1,000 that's a lot for students to pay. But so I don't know if there was going to be any promotional to that, and then also with the towing right away, if that would create safety issues because those streets get so packed with students, if there's tow trucks constantly towing vehicles. So I don't know.
I might just add before Chief and Sharon jump in. council, remember that we met with student government, in a joint session, and both Chief Huff and Chief Newton made it very clear of the growing issue that's existing in this. And actually, student government made it very clear they were very, very concerned. Secondly, for the first time I can remember while being in office in September, we had several residents come and they complained about how bad it was, and that something needed to be done. We don't want to discourage people from celebrating and being back in school. That's not the point. And we understand that you can have, parties and celebrations. We're talking about parties with 500 of your best friends, essentially, gathering around as well too. And I just want to publicly thank Dr. Winterstein, Sharon, and others at Iowa State. We have spent an inordinate amount of time becoming BFFs via Zoom. And that we've had many, many meetings, and we've had a plethora. And I have to say that when Iowa State came with this idea of, let's rebrand it, it just took off. And so I want to thank you for what you are doing and your leadership on that. And you're right, Bryce, we're trying to try something, and I think that, Chief Huff and maybe Sharon, you could maybe share a little bit your, the perspective of what we're trying to accomplish regarding this. And we're not trying to be punitive. And you're right, the $750 is a lot of money. However, $100 can basically be, a gate fee, so to speak, for people. And we're trying to send a message. And so I'll let Chief talk about what we're going to be doing proactively to try and, educate. Because we don't want anyone to be cited or towed, honestly. So,
right.
Chief.
Yeah, the goal, just like the snow route, is not to ever have to really use it. With the nuisance party violation increase, so if that does go into ordinance form, we'd obviously begin right away telling people this would be what the new policy is. And every year at the start of school, we do outreach with Iowa State University as well, especially in the areas where we know we've traditionally had issues, and we actually go door to door. And part of what we would do is educate them on this would be the new standard for that weekend if it passes. So we would do our best to get that out to everybody so they understood. As far as the parking, what would go along with that is once we define the area in which we're talking about, and it's mostly the university impacted area where there's alternate side parking. That's where their problems are when they park on both sides. It's hard to even get one of our explorers through the street. There's no way you get an ambulance or a fire truck. What we would do is we would post signage on the side of the street. You're not allowed to park. That would warn people, if violators will be towed from this area. The other thing I would throw in there is you've maybe heard the nightmares from people who have been towed from private property, and it's averaging about $300 to get your vehicle out if you're towed from private property. We have a contract with our tow company that doesn't allow for that kind of charge. So a city tow by the police department is $50 or less. So while that's still $50, it's probably more an inconvenience than a financial impact for the illegal parking. And I think that is helpful as well, that we're trying to reduce that cost a little bit by making it a city tow. But still, it will make an impact.
Could you comment on where the vehicles would be towed to, and if a student maybe had a car, how they would get to that location, if it would be on a side route or something like that?
Yeah, so if we were to tow a vehicle, we would have record of it. So if someone called and said, hey, my car's not here, we would be able to tell them exactly where the car is. And it would go to our city contracted yard. So CIT is our city contract. It would go to their yard. They would have to go there, get them. And we would make arrangements like we do with the snow route to make sure that they had appropriate number of staff on to deal with that, because I would anticipate we would probably tow a few. Our hope is that first, putting the signs up on the side of the street where you can't park would keep people from doing it in the first place. And I would also imagine anybody that did, the first couple of people that got towed, word travels fast these days on social media, and I think people would pretty quickly return and try and move their cars before they got towed.
That's CIT on East Lincoln Way.
Yeah. Again, we don't want to tow anybody. Central Iowa Towing. Yeah.
No, it's like you can call it.
It's just not a very accessible location for someone whose vehicle just got taken to get to.
Right. I won't disagree with you, but there would have been a warning. along with it. The signs are orange. Maybe you've seen them for other events where it would say by police order, no parking, violators will be towed. The violators would be towed part would be the new part.
Chief, can you also comment on what you're seeing in terms of the makeup of people in Ames on that weekend in terms of, are they all Iowa State students or what are they?
Yeah, I think the reason that we're sitting where we are today is because this, what used to be an Iowa State centric event has now become, I hate to even use the word, the new Visha. People are coming from way out of town to attend what was called 801 Day. We'll call it Cyclone Welcome Weekend now. People are coming from out of town. I was out there last year. Most of the people I talked to were not from Ames. They weren't ISU students. If this was purely an Iowa State student event, we could handle it pretty easily. It's the thousands of people that are coming from all over. Last year, University of Iowa started a week after Iowa State. I think that probably made it much worse because they were a week behind us. This year, we're all on the same academic calendar. So we think that will have some impact. They're starting at the same time we are. But yeah, it's really the out-of-town folks that are really making this difficult for us, especially I think with the parking and the, as you mentioned, inviting 500 or 600 of your closest friends to somewhere that's not capable of handling those numbers.
What's interesting is if you think about it, if people just follow the signs, don't park on the side of the street, and just be aware of what their lease says, you can't have large parties, they'll be fine. There won't be any issue. So we're not trying to penalize people for having parties or having people come to their house. It's just more or less, we have other residents who are not happy. And I think I've shared with council before, we met, Dr. Winterstein and I met with a bunch of landlords early in January and talked through this issue. And their hands are, I mean, they do have in their lease to not allow it, but they're concerned about property damage as well too. And they just said it's very challenging and they want to cooperate. So I think you'll be contacting landlords as well too, to try and get the word out as well.
Our outreach will include not just the students, landlords, property owners, and something we already do. And so we have those lists established. We can talk to them. We'll do heavy outreach in those. We have about 2 weeks from when a lot of students start moving in until when this event occurs. So it does give us some time to get some outreach. We know where the problem areas are. They're the same ones every year. So we can really target that education to those areas.
And just a point of clarification, when Steve was going over the different things, Iowa State didn't specifically say, hey, we want you to do this. We all were asked to come to the table, what things we thought we could possibly do. So it's kind of a joint conversation where we said, hey, this might be an option here, and we threw that, in, but obviously it has to come back to council as well too. So I don't want to represent that that Sharon was saying, I want you to tow people's cars. That was not the case. We were just trying to look for ways to work together, but subject to, your ultimate, approval. And again, the working group was just outstanding. There must have been 15, 16 people that were meeting frequently. Do you have anything you want to add, Sharon?
Sure.
And thank you, by the way, for coming. And for those of you want to
Let
introduce
me
yourself,
introduce
yeah,
myself
please
because
do.
I know some of you I don't. I'm Sharon Evans. I'm the Associate Vice President for Student Affairs and Dean of Students at Iowa State, and I'm a part of this group or task force that's been working on this. And I was asked to come here today to provide the Iowa State perspective on some things as needed. And I'll just expand on what Chief Huff is saying. We are going to aggressively use our Good Neighbor campaign, which is the campaign that he's referring to, where we go out prior to students moving in the fall to the surrounding communities, mainly South Campus, so Campus Town in that area. And we're going to really expand the kind of information we share to include those things, such as the new ordinances that they pass, but also addressing resources and also tips on reducing that risky behavior that takes place on what's formerly known as 801 Day. I won't call it that anymore. And so we're already beginning to work on that. And I know one of the questions was, what else are we going to do, especially considering that this is not an Iowa State event. We have high school students out there. We have students from the surrounding community colleges. We have students from other states and their universities. And so there's also an effort that we're going to move forward actually pretty soon which is reaching out to these institutions to seek their help in deterring their community from coming here. And there's also a lot of people from the Ames and surrounding communities that are not associated with institutions of education. So we appreciate the City of Ames' help with this and our partnership, because I think it takes a village, as they would say. And I also want to just level set some expectations, because I think this is where some of the student feedback comes from. And we have met with advisory boards. Chief Newton has an advisory board. I have a Dean of Students advisory board. Dr. Younger, our senior VP, has an advisory board. And so we have been consistently getting feedback from the students. So we know where the concerns are. The reality is that this effort this year is not going to completely wipe out 801 Day. Unfortunately, this is a tradition that's been established. And when you have a tradition and a culture, it takes time, but we have to start somewhere. And we do believe that this will be a deterrent and would divert students and others, mainly our students, away from the 801 activities. Not all of them. We don't expect to catch all of them, but we will catch some of them. And as we continuously, year after year, fine tune our strategies, understand what works and what didn't, and chip away at the interests of students and non-ISU students being here, we hope to completely change this culture. We also met with the University of Michigan, who's gone through a very similar transportation just some years ago. And they were successful in, let's say, disbanding the activity that was happening. And so we believe that we can do the same thing, but it is going to take some persistence, let me say, and some patience to make sure this is happening. But I think we are heading down the right path. Thank you.
Was that was that where they barricaded the streets, or was that someplace else that we found out that?
I thought that was somewhere else.
I think that was somewhere else. They took more of a holistic wellness
right.
approach to what they were doing. There was some conduct things involved, which there's always conduct. So I'll be behind the scenes dealing with that with Chief Huff and Chief Newton. But they strategically did affect change. So
It just shows you how radical we started saying, well, could you barricade, streets and stop people from coming? It's like, no, that's not a good idea. So
I think it's important just to note that we're looking at lots of different strategies. It's not just enforcement, because we know we can't fix the problem that way. So it's a lot of different strategies. It's trying to find activities that are safe. It's some enforcement. It's education. It's all those things. We have to put all those together if we're going to fix this. And so I think this is a pretty good starting point. This gives us a few more tools in the toolbox, and we're just going to have to, over time, see if we can improve this for everybody, especially the residents that live in those areas that have been greatly disturbed.
thank you
I've
both.
got a couple of questions.
Go ahead, please.
So speaking of these areas, how are we defining the university impacted areas? Are these the places where we got the no parking football signs up already? Or is this a different definition of university impacted?
So it's different. It's a little bit different from where the football signs are. We have to really kind of dig in, but I would anticipate that we're looking between Beach, Highland, Lincoln Way, and Mortensen. I think in that area, for the parking part of it, in that area where there is alternate side parking, that would be what we would be looking at as far as potentially towing.
But let me emphasize, it's probably a two-part process, because we will pass the ordinance first that won't have specific areas in there. As soon as it's passed, then we will come to you for this event for those streets. Because
We
again,
can get
next
down
year
to
might be a
street
different
level.
event, different streets. So we'll have to come back for the separate approval for the actual event itself after the ordinance is in place.
Yeah,
And we'll show the map. You'll approve the map in the area.
I think what our concern is that the area that we actually have the worst part of the parking problem is a bit smaller than what I just described. But if we put up those signs, it will spread out a little bit further. And so we have to probably expand further than that, or else we'll just move the problem somewhere else.
Yeah, it sounds like it's basically South Campus area and Campus Town.
Correct.
So I approve of that concentration, because my experience with the unnamed day is that is definitely the big problem area. Sharon, I'm wondering what is being done to promote the welcome festival, as opposed to the, education about the increases in fines or whatever else. How are we involving the students in helping to change that culture and attract other students to do the welcome activities?
Very good question. And I will tell you what I know, and I think there's probably even more that's going to take place that I am aware of. But we are engaging with our student leadership on campus, and student government actually is a part of that. But tapping into sorority and fraternity engagement, student organizations, we have student ambassadors that exist in certain areas, and we really want them to become social media influencers, first of all, to help promote that. But of course, we're going to exhaust every medium of communication that we can think of to get the information out. And that's even also, activating our parent and family newsletters that exist in numerous areas, including Department of Residence, and my particular area, parent and family programs. And so definitely a very heavy marketing campaign about what I consider the counter activities that we hope to work that weekend.
Well, I hope it works too. And all of my neighbors in South Campus really hope it works. And all I can say is if we can clamp down on this day, people will be not as afraid of walking around, which is, might sound kind of crazy, but it's a scary day if you're trying to walk anywhere near these large parties. And I think that there is also a great anxiety about the parking on both sides of the street, because as people get older, they may need those emergency services. And there's genuine fear that emergency responders would not be able to get through if someone had a heart attack or if there were a fire. And so I know that all of these efforts are greatly appreciated. I would think the fire department would also be appreciative, as I understand they have been called out on numerous occasions to rescue people from roofs where they've been trapped because they can't get down after drinking there. So it's good for everybody if we can try and diminish the partying to reasonable levels.
Other questions and input?
I had two questions. One was, do we have the capacity to tow people if people ignore the signs, if they do park? Yeah, and you mentioned making sure the towing company is aware, but can they deal with that kind of increased capacity? Or
So I would say it's probably much like a snow route. They have to have a certain capacity in the contract for the snow route to be able to get the contract in the first place.
I see.
And so I would see it being pretty similar to that, but it's even in a smaller area. And they may be still overwhelmed, but it will still make an impact, I would think.
Sure.
But we'll work with them to make sure they're ready for it.
Okay. And then my other question was about the first violation versus repeat violations on nuisance parties. How often does the clock reset on that? So like is it the same day, same week, same year that a place gets a first and a repeat violation?
So we track it by year. Generally, it's August 1st to August 1st because most places turn over once a year. And we also track the names that are involved. And so we have a pretty good record if someone's already had a violation. Okay. But a new violation at a separate address is still a first violation, is the way we've handled it. So if you move, it could be a first again.
Okay. Yeah. All right. That answers my question.
Okay.
I have some questions. So I love a lot of this. Government really has, you can think of our tools as carrots and sticks. That's all we really have. So I'm all about the carrots, and I'd be in favor of more money if that would help make a better carrot. But I'd like to think through a little bit the stick. While I've been on council, we've had very few opportunities to think about the proportionality of a sanction. And so, and maybe Mark, if I could pull you in just so we can, this a little bit, I want to make sure that we're getting the right legal piece on this. Mark and I have been texting back and forth here, and so You were very patient with me. So could you clarify for us, this infraction, is it a civil penalty or criminal penalty?
Municipal infractions by definition are civil penalties, not criminal penalties.
Okay.
Sometimes we have things in the code that are both. We can charge it as a municipal infraction or a civil misdemeanor, but municipal infractions technically are civil penalties.
And so its burden of proof is what? If someone is charged with this offense, what's the?
It's a preponderance of the evidence.
So
lower standard than.
It feels like a criminal matter, which we normally have beyond a reasonable doubt.
Right.
So it's a lower standard, but a very, very high sanction.
Yeah.
And when we think about the deterring effect, I question whether we will be able to communicate to our intended audience that this is going to be there. So my fear is that people will be sanctioned with this, will have no idea that this penalty exists, and then they're going to be facing this. What I am concerned about may be seen as a disproportionate sanction, and so maybe we don't care about that. Maybe we say, look, we don't care, we don't like this, and we're going to put the hammer down. But I question whether that's good policy making. We also have to think about the fairness for those who were involved. And I do think this proportionality is important. Any other thoughts on this, Mark?
Well, I think part of the thinking is that, the fines for nuisance party would be increased only for, this particular weekend, or maybe it's for certain other events, but, and that, we would publicize, and try to use this as a deterrent, like, hey, by the way, this, on this weekend, fines are increased to $750 for first offense and $1,000 for second offense. So it's the idea is to use that as a deterrent, not so much as a way to punish people. Obviously, if we file charges against someone, municipal infraction charges, we can charge those amounts. But I think hopefully that just publicizing it and having students being aware that there are higher penalties during this weekend might have a deterrent effect.
And the people who would be subject to the sanction, is it the landlord? Is it the tenant? Is it the attendee at the party, or all of the above?
It can be any of them.
Correct. Yeah. So if we're concerned that a substantial portion of the people who are attending these parties are not from the community, why would we think that our efforts to advertise will have any deterring effect on them? So if they're coming from Minnesota, coming to enjoy a day of celebration here, they're not going to know about our these sanctions. So I'm just pushing back and just trying to understand how we think that's going to be effective, and why we think it's proportionate.
I think that the chief.
So one thing I'll add to the conversation is, one, we normally don't cite the people that are just there. Even though you could, we don't normally do that unless they absolutely would refuse to leave. Then we could, but that doesn't happen very often. The second thing is, we don't just show up and cite normally. We show up, we say, you've got a problem that you need to fix. You've got too many people, you've got these violations, you need to fix this. If you don't fix it, then we will fix it for you. That's kind of the tack that we've taken. So even if they had no idea that we increased the fines for this particular weekend, they're going to get a warning from us before we just cite them, because we'll have that first contact. One of the things that we do on this particular weekend is we get our officers out there early. And while we've tried to do education leading up to the day, where we see the party starting to develop, we try and catch them early and say, listen, you need to understand what the rules are. And part of that conversation would be, if you violate the ordinance today, it's not $100, it's $750, or whatever you said. So that conversation would still take place. It's not very often that we just show up and start citing people. There's usually that opportunity for them to correct the problem first, unless there's something really egregious happening, which can occasionally happen. We had people jumping off of roofs last year onto card tables. We had boxing matches in the backyard. There were some things happening, fights. But generally, we've already had a conversation with them before we get to that point, if that helps.
It's tremendous. I mean, I think it shows responsive and thoughtful policing, and I appreciate that. And then could you speak to the issue of how we think about the landlord who now instead it's a Minnesota couple that owns a property here and they use it as a rental? Are they subject to this enhanced fine as well?
So what we've done in the past is the first violation normally goes to the tenants, the people that are responsible for the actual party. A second one would also go to them. The third one, and let me back up. Every time we cite a tenant, we send a letter to the landlord or the property owner explaining this happened on your property and you probably need to get involved in making sure it doesn't happen again. Second violation goes to the tenant, letter goes to the landlord or the property manager saying a second violation has occurred. The next one comes to you. So it's time to fix the problem. And it's not very often that we've gotten to a third citation that's actually gone to a landlord. It has happened, doesn't happen very often because usually by the first or second, that landlord or property manager has really stepped in and said, you're already violating my lease. You can't have 500 people here. And they know that. And they usually correct it for us. That's really the idea behind it and why we make those notifications.
And I should add that $750 for a first offense and $1,000 for the second are the maximum amounts that a city is allowed under Iowa law to charge for a municipal infraction. Most of our municipal infractions are way below that. But so, you know, when we were talking about this, I threw that out as, I mean, again, for the deterrent effect, setting them at the maximum level, that doesn't mean you have to do that. I mean, it could be $500 first instead of $750, but you know, the thinking again was the deterrent effect of, you know, letting people know that the fines are increased substantially on this weekend.
Mark, off the top of your head, are you familiar with any other parts of the code that where there's a similar level of sanction, just to give us a sense of proportionality?
Well, a simple misdemeanor, the maximum fine is $855.
Is there anything else in our code that has a violation like this?
You know, I can't think of any that are at this level, and off the top of my head,
Yeah.
I'm not saying there aren't.
Right,
Yeah.
I'm asking sort
Yeah.
of on the fly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Those are my questions. Thank you.
And if I could just elaborate just a little bit on that, in reference to the discussions that we were having and to put some context around probably how we got to that maximum level, one of the concerns that were expressed was that concept of a true deterrent. And how do students process the fact that they've been fined $100 versus $750? One of the concerns was they're savvy. Some of them have resources that are plentiful. Also, they do the whole, well, can everybody just chip in and then we can keep going with the party? We're not concerned about the fines. So honestly, when you look at this in context, sometimes you ask, is $750 enough? But we do understand that we have laws to follow, and that's where we can go with that. And so that's probably why we ended up at this amount.
So, and my last comment on this, I love the discussion of how we're going to enforce, but I promise that there will be people who will be sanctioned at some point that the law of unintended consequences will kick in. It will be someone who is a tenant, but they weren't responsible. There's all kinds of situations where we're going to be dealing with students who are going to be facing a sanction that they really aren't responsible for. I mean, that's just going to happen. So we as a council have to be prepared for that. So
I'll offer two things. One is they signed a lease. They're adults, and they have the responsibility to comply with the lease. And a lease, every landlord we talked to said they do not allow parties of this size or magnitude. So it's becoming an adult and realizing there are consequences for not following a lease. Secondly, we all heard Chief Newton and Chief Huff say We are working our way towards VISA 2.0. And I don't think any of us want to see VISA 2.0 in our community. And I'm sorry, but I think 750 is certainly enough to get their attention. Landlords told us when they fined their tenants, mommy and daddy just wrote a check, and they just kept on going on like nothing happened. The point is, how are we going to get their attention? We don't want to fine you. We just don't want you to be hosting these kind of parties. And we don't want to have a disaster in campus town. And that's what we're concerned about. I take seriously, a chill went down my spine when Chief Huff and Chief Newton both said in October, we are starting to work our way towards another VISA, and it's not a good situation. So that's why we're taking it seriously. Now, if you wish to lower it, that's certainly fine. But the point is that we somehow have to get their attention. We don't want your money. We want your cooperation.
John or Sharon, could you comment on the composition of the task force? From the impression that I got, I didn't think there were any students involved in forming the recommendations, just at the feedback stage.
The task force makeup was primarily ISU administration, law enforcement, Steve, Mark, Chief Huff, and me. But then you had advisory groups that were basically being asked. Chief Newton, Sharon also had, or I'll let you speak. You had some other advisory groups that you were talking
about. So Chief Newton, myself, and also Senior Vice President Toy Younger have advisory boards that meet on a monthly basis. So every time, or probably even more, every time that this task force met, we were taking this information back to our advisory boards and getting feedback and getting recommendations. So a lot of what has been shared in reference to what we intend to do has been recommended by students. So they may not have been on the screen when we met, because there's a lot of logistical things that's being discussed and there's a lot of people on the screen, but their feedback is highly represented in this process.
So as a student myself, I have feedback channels. What would you say the feedback you got is? Was it generally positive for these? Any negative concerns?
I think there was both. I would definitely say more positive in reference to, we understand that something needs to be done because it is out of control. I think there's hesitancy in all of us, including our students, about what's going to work. And I don't think we'll know that until we try. And so some of the similar feedback that Rice received. There's also been ideas, the whole influencer idea came from students. There's a lot of discussion with my advisory board about how do students best hear things? Is it peer-to-peer? Yes, it is. Mm-hmm. And so we're going to use that to the best of our ability to do so. But pretty positive, reservations, but nothing to say absolutely not.
Okay, because the feedback I received is mainly negative, and so maybe peer-to-peer was a little different than conveying concerns to an ISU administrator. I had positive feedback as well, but a lot of concern and apprehension and negative comments from students as well. I don't know.
Yeah, and talking to me, I talked to a couple other students and I received a lot of negative feedback, but I think I'm going to have to agree with Mayor Hala. Like, even though we are talking about students, we're talking about adults, that it is getting a little out of hand. It's alarming that medical services can't get through roads. So I agree. We need to start somewhere. And even though I did hear negative feedback and, from my peers and others, I think it's important for us to try. And I think these are good steps to try to deter from the huge parties and the jumping from buildings and things.
So one more comment. Is there any contingency plan, say we put all of these resources and effects into instance for welcome weekend and then students decide to do it the second weekend back? What do we do then if we have changed these ordinances and made preparations for this one weekend and it falls through?
That's a good question.
I mean, we're just talking about how students are savvy.
Well, their
Yeah, I
homework
think
is
there's-
starting, I guess.
Traditionally, it's been this weekend. We haven't seen that level of activity outside of a football weekend. And honestly, my experience has been the second weekend after classes begin, a lot of students actually go home because they realize that we don't need 4 TVs and 2 refrigerators in every room. And so that's somewhat helpful as well, that some students will go home that second weekend. But it certainly could result in that. And then we would have to evaluate how we would move forward. And writing an ordinance that gives us some latitude with the council to designate different weekends may be a part of that strategy. We don't know. Iowa game is not here this year. It's next year. We'll be in Ames again. If these strategies are very successful and we see that event growing like we've seen, it may be worth trying them, some of them at least on that weekend as well.
And I think you can't prepare for every scenario, but you can respond if you see a scenario evolving. And I think in that particular situation, that's what we'll find ourselves doing. And so, and I'll also say about, the negative feedback. Maybe the negative is not I guess the way I look at this is that people are skeptical if it's going to work. Students are skeptical. I think that's the negative feedback that you're referring to. Is all of this effort going to actually pay off? If the feedback is different than that, definitely feel free to share that with me offline. But we have been very comprehensive with sharing all of this information with our advisory boards. And the concern is there, the apprehension is there, but it's not been absolutely, this is crazy. It's been, we appreciate you trying.
What I find so ironic about this is that we're not saying don't party. We're just saying obey the laws. So I'm sorry, but I'm becoming a little passionate about this, but it's like, we're just asking people to follow leases and follow parking requirements. And we're trying to protect people, and we're trying to avoid a really bad situation from developing. And so, and I think that you asked about, students, that's a good source. But the other thing is, there's also 30-some thousand people who are not students. I think there's people that really are concerned about that as well too, and they have to be taken into consideration. So,
yeah.
And Tim, to follow up just a little bit, Brian came up and whispered in my ear that fire code violations are $500 first offense and $750 second offense. So,
okay, further questions, comments?
I had just a quick question. You mentioned University of Michigan. Is this piece that we're talking about as a city, you mentioned that was a successful model. Is what we're talking about part of what University of Michigan did?
We definitely took some nuggets from them.
Okay.
In reference to how they have approached things in the past. The discussion was a little bit more broad than just this Cyclone welcome weekend. It had to do with deterring high-risk behavior, period, with students, excessive drinking, all those things. But we pointedly also talked about this particular weekend and their equivalent that they've had in the past. And so we did get some nuggets about what didn't work and what they believe are the best approaches. And this is in line with that in some aspects.
I think the city of Columbus has been very successful with a welcome weekend that has just grown over the years, and the students have really bought into it, and that has helped them with their culture and the relationships. So I would love to see this turn into something that people really invest in and can feel is positive for everybody.
We definitely want to welcome our students to Ames and do that in a positive way. We got to get control of this weekend to make that really happen, I think.
I think that's why you're seeing virtually everything that the university is offering is all positive carrots. And these two elements, the towing and the parties, are basically the sticks. So if it was just these two items, I'd say, okay, it seems a little more bombastic, but we're trying to achieve a balance. Anyway, any other closing comments or questions? Thank you both. You're welcome to stay there if you want. If there's no other questions, we'll let them go. And all right, so there's there's 3 items that are being suggested, and
First one would be the $5,000 out of the contingency account, if you like.
So moved.
Second.
Okay.
To support this event.
Yes.
Okay. Roll call.
Aye.
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 Thank you.
So the next two you want to vote on separately, but both of them should be referred to the city attorney, and maybe with a little more flexibility, that we don't specify the dates. If we want to do it for a future event, it'll have to come before council for approval.
Yep. I would,
Vote them separately or together.
Robin, go ahead.
sure. I'd move that we direct the city attorney to draft, let's see, how do I say that?
If you're interested in both 2 and 3, maybe just
An amendment to the nuisance party ordinance that would allow for higher fines at select times with prior approval from city council.
Higher
Second.
fines. We'll
Higher-
recommend the $750,000.
Oh, yes, yes, of $750 for the first violation and $1,000 for any repeat violation.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion?
I appreciate Tim's point about the higher fines, and we do want to think about unintended consequences, but I'm confident after hearing from the police chief that we will make every effort to educate folks. And in general, too, my comment would be that this is not just about the neighbors being inconvenienced, although that is important, right? It's not just about the neighbors feeling unsafe when they walk through the area, though that is important too. It's also about the safety of the students themselves. Binge drinking is not safe behavior. And we've had students die in Ames because of alcohol-related accidents, weather exposure, alcohol poisonings. It's really something that we don't want to develop into a problem. And it's not because we don't care about the students. It's because we do. So.
Yeah, it just, my no vote is not to have in any way disagree with anything you said. It's just a question of proportionality.
Yeah.
We don't make these kind of decisions very often. And so my hope is that we have a code that is coherent and consistent, and we try to avoid sanctions that are highly disproportionate to others. And so I think that's part of good government. And so I would be in favor of higher penalties, but these seem to be grossly disproportionate. So I'm supportive of everything you said.
Those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Okay, motion carried 4-2. And how about item 3, the parking?
Yeah, I'd move to direct the city attorney to prepare an amendment to the parking ordinance that would specify specific streets where immediate towing would be allowed during special times approved by the city council.
Second.
Okay. Discussion?
I just wanted to make a quick comment. I'll be voting no on this one. If there was a little bit more fleshed out of a plan as to where the cars were going to be going for people to be able to get them back, I would be supportive, because $50 for a tow in exchange for the safety of people in these neighborhoods and areas, I think is a very reasonable fee. I'm just concerned about students not being able to get their cars back if they're very far away, off a Cyride route, things like that. Especially if a car is needed, maybe to take someone to a hospital or other scenarios needed.
I appreciate that, Rachel, but I think we've waited long enough for trying to mitigate this situation, and I can't even imagine what it's like for people who live in fear that they aren't going to have the emergency services they need.
But
So
Rachel's point wasn't to discourage that. Her point was different. yours is just wanting to have a plan.
And an accessible location
Yeah.
where
Right.
the car
It's not
can go.
discouraging having the,
I don't think that's part of the motion though, and it
Yeah.
could be something that comes to us with the map if, if Rachel's interested in proposing that, but I
That's
think
just-
that's separate. That's a separate issue to me from the fine.
Not the information at this
Okay.
time.
Those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Motion carried. All right. Thank you very much, council. All right, moving on to item number 30, request regarding the Ames 2040 plan amendment with fringe area for the Brock property located in 2359 210th Street in Boone County. Kelly.
You're gonna hold up for a second. You'll be up there. But Mayor, I'll ask you to speak. Hi. Good evening, council. You have asked for this request to really consider a fringe plan amendment that would lead to a division of a property in Boone County to be on the agenda tonight. This has been requested initially last year while we're still working on Plan 2040, and that decision was to not take that up at that time. With Plan 2040 being adopted last winter, the property owner then approached the city again this spring and said, can we bring this back to discuss how to proceed with the division of the property? So up on the screen is a location map. What you're looking at is Boone County. I'm going to give you a little better context. I'm going to go to a beacon map that shows where it really relates better to Ames if you're kind of wondering where this is. So the property that we're talking about is over in this area. And you can see down here is Ontario. And then just off the map a little bit is Cameron School Road is a little bit further up here. So to give you kind of that context of where it's at, it's to the northwest and just over the county line into Boone County. What is really the issue for us in Ames is that as part of Plan 2040, we did make a decision. I'm trying to get back to the map I want. We did make a decision that the city of Ames didn't look at this as area for long-term expansion of the city. So in our fringe policies of the growth and land use element of the fringe plan, that's where this map is excerpted from. So the hatched area represents the idea of urban reserve overlay, which means even though it's not a priority for growth right now, someday it could be an area that the city could see as suitable for annexation and development to meet future growth needs of the city. We did not put that overlay across into Boone County. What we do have in this area is a natural area designation, and you can see some lighter white, yellow colors. You might look at them as yellow, I guess. Identifying rural character, which either means it's already been a subdivided area or potentially maybe a rural subdivision could occur in those areas. The natural area is a little bit different. We have policies to try to avoid disruption to the natural areas. In this case, why would we care about this particular natural area and why is it mapped? It is part of Onion Creek, which eventually leads to Iowa Creek, which flows again in and through the city. So it is a natural resource that does relate to the city of Ames. So it is something I think that our policies are applicable to and have some meaning behind them. It's not an isolated resource. It has no impact on Ames. As we've looked at the request, we believe at this point, and the request is really to get direction on how to move forward. I think what is necessary is you would need to amend the fringe map of Plan 2040 to change the green area to rural character to allow for them to propose a division of that property. So I think what is really on the table is the initiation of a request to amend Plan 2040. Staff believes that based on the current policies of Plan 2040 and the natural area designation, that we wouldn't support a division of the property into smaller parts. It is already below a 35-acre size. That isn't necessarily how Boone County manages their zoning. 35 acres is a Story County zoning standard for ag and farm services. So I'm not trying to juxtapose Story County onto that necessarily, but the city kind of thinks of that 35 acres as typically a minimum lot size when we look at rural divisions where another house could occur. So our recommendation is not to proceed with this amendment based on the policies of the growth and land use chapter. And I'm taking any questions at this point.
Questions for staff? All right, we'll open up public comment, and I presume that the applicant is here and
Would the mayor and council object if we sat here? Okay, thank you. Just so I can get my papers out a little bit.
I'm not going to ask you to stick with 3-minute time limit, but I would ask you to be.
We'll keep it under 2 hours. That's okay.
Well, you'll keep it. Yeah, we'll make sure that happens.
Okay. Well, to my left is Anthony Brock. He's the owner of the property. He also owns.
I'm sorry. Would you introduce yourself first?
You.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, who
I'm
are you?
Joe Wallace. I'm an attorney with Hastings Petker Law Firm and here in Ames. And I also work in our West Des Moines office as well.
Thank you.
And next to me is Anthony Brock. He's the owner of the property, and he's also the owner of the 2 40-acre parcels that are just to the north as well. He has, by the way, built a home in the back northwestern corner of the property in question already. So he has a very long driveway along the right side of the property that goes all the way to the back. And that's where his home is right now. And really what the cost of that driveway was very expensive because it also included making a bridge over the creek there that required a lot of zoning approval, et cetera. And so part of recouping that cost for that property or for the work that he did on his home, as well as putting in that very long driveway along the edge, is to carve out a 6.5 acre approximately subdivided property to be sold for rural residential purposes, again, so he can recoup some of that money. So I wanted to address the letter or the form that you guys have that was from the Planning and Zoning Department. And really there were 3 main areas that they pointed out regarding why or why not to allow for the subdivision. So one was the requested subdivision does not further the goals of Plan 2020. So I'm sure you all have Plan 2020 goals memorized every page.
2040.
There's a lot of goals in here, and I'm just going to point out a couple of them. So on page 43, guiding principles of land use, sufficiency of other related support services. There's not going to be any problem with other support services by having a single home here. Land use patterns should minimize conflicts between adjacent land uses. Again, no problem here. The other thing that I should mention is that the property right now is about 2/3 tillable land. So it's not all wooded land, even though it's considered natural area. It's about 2/3 basically farmland. Other guiding principles, minimize adverse effects on the environment. Again, this is going to be a single home on a 6.5 acre property. It's not going to have any kind of negative environmental impact from our point of view. Encourage diverse housing types and price points that serve needs of a range of demographic and economic groups. And so, again, there's a lot of need for housing in this area, and this would provide towards that. So I'll leave it there in terms of the further goals of the Plan 2020. From our point of view, we're very convinced that putting a single home on a 6.5 acre lot is not going to cause any kind of problems with Plan 4040 goals. The second argument that was made by the planning and zoning is that the proposed one-lot subdivision is prohibited by the current policies of the Ames Plan 2040. So on page 68 of the plan, talks about the urban fringe. And one of the things it says in here is that the city policy is to continue to plan for the fringe area to work in this cooperative planning effort with Story County and to look to expand the joint planning and subdivision review authority coordination with Boone County as well. Further, on the following page, on page 70, guiding principles for the urban fringe, the following policies can form the foundation for a new and more detailed fringe area plan. So right now, the fringe plan that's in place is the 2006 plan. The new plan, fringe plan, is not currently in place. So really the rules that we're going by are not that map that's up there. It's actually the 2006 map is what we have right now that's still actually legally in effect. And under the 2006 map for natural area, so there's a few different natural area policies. And one of them is natural areas may include farm and non-farm residences existing at the time of this plan or remaining scattered building sites where farmstead homes once existed or homes on very large parcels of ground typical of the agricultural setting. So based on that clear language of the existing code that is regarding natural area, there isn't any kind of violation. So it is not prohibited under the current rules. Excuse me.
There was a house there before?
Excuse me?
There was a house there before?
No, there wasn't a house there before, but the last part of this says, or homes on a very large parcels of ground typical for agricultural setting.
Yeah, I would add that we've been farming that farm, my family, since the 1930s. The two fields in the back there, behind the red highlighted area there, is 240 parcels there. That's very good tillable land. And it has recently or will in the near future become landlocked, meaning that the farmer has no access to those fields because of land sales further on to the north, on the north there. So what we want to do is create a road across Onion Creek, and we have done that. We're in stage 4 of completing that road so that we could continue to farm that land back there and keep it rural, keep all the woods that back there and everything intact. And but we need to get access to that. Now, we've out of the 4 stages, we're probably up to about $250,000 worth of culverts and infrastructure to get over that small creek. But it is a busy creek, and we just had a historic flood down there, and it damaged since we hadn't completed the actual bridge across there. Fortunately, the farmer's still able to get access to it yet this year. Next year, I don't think we're going to have any access. They have told us that they don't want you to have access. So we're trying to preserve that wooded and agricultural area there the best we can. But we can't spend $1 million on a bridge over that creek. So. But we have had approval by the Department of National Resources and the engineer Corps of Engineers for our plan to get that bridge over that, so our farmer can have access back there. Currently, the entire front there is all I planted alfalfa on there this year. So that's alfalfa, and there's no trees or said wildlife that would go along with trees in that area at all.
You want to make your third point, sir? You have a third point you wanted to make?
Yeah. So again, second point that I just covered was that the Subdivision was prohibited under the current policies. Again, we do not believe it's prohibited under the actual policies that are still in place as of right now. And then the third main point of the planning and zoning's letters was that granting a change of land use could set a precedent for the integrity of the land use plan. And so 2 things on that. One, if a new fringe plan ends up going into place, then obviously there's nothing to worry about setting precedent because this was done under the terms of the existing plan that was in place, fringe plan that was in place. So if new plan goes into place, somebody wants to do something similar like this and it doesn't meet the goals, I don't think there's a problem with precedent there. Even to the extent that if we were under the current rules, under the proposed rules, where this was prohibited and you were to allow an exception on this, the number of properties that are in these natural areas that are at the very, very, very edge of the fringe zone in Boone County or wherever it might be is very, very small. So the worry about setting precedent, I think it's just would be extremely rare that this kind of situation with these kind of exact facts is going to come up. If it comes up again, I mean, it's probably going to be somewhere that's much more close to the city or in other areas that have other kinds of things going on. And right now, all that's out here is bean fields and some large country estates already.
Okay. Anything else?
So with that, we would ask for the council and mayor's support.
Okay. Would you like to make any other comments, sir, before we transition?
Excuse me?
Do you wish to make any more comments before council, before we turn it back over to staff?
None other than we're trying the best we can with the land that we have there to keep it as natural as humanly possible and to allow that agriculture to keep going in the back fields there. And it's critical that we get that road or the crossing finished off there. And unfortunately, the last flash flood took some of it with it. It was made to go over the top. It was engineered so water could go over the top if it got too high there. But since the road wasn't completed yet, it had an impact on that road. But it didn't really, it didn't hurt any of the natural area at all. I mean, it's still just woods,
Okay.
that winds through there.
Very good. Thank you.
Hmm?
Council, any questions for either individual?
So I'm trying to understand what the area for change is currently like. So when I look at the satellite view, is that area tilled right now and planted, or?
It's got alfalfa in the front field. The two
So that-
parcels to the back there that you see, if you go to that purple and keep going north there, those two parcels back there are what is our farm, my grandpa's farm.
But the 6.5 acres, though, I mean, if you were to, this is what we're talking about, the subdividing that's along the street.
Yeah.
That is about 2/3, if not more, tilled land right now. And then in the top northwest corner of it, it is wooded.
Okay.
Any other questions, Gloria?
Nope.
Anyone else have questions? Okay. Kelly, any feedback or?
Yeah, I
response?
guess I would dispute the interpretations of the policies as presented. So I believe Plan 2040 applies to this. We have a pretty clear policy, UF2, which is Urban Fringe Policy 2 for natural areas. It says the intent is prohibit subdivisions for new development. Even if we went along with that the fringe plan was still in place, part of what the policy that was read to you is NA Policy 2, again, Natural Area Policy 2. And the first part of that is prevent subdivisions for new non-farm residential development. So to me, it's pretty clear the intent is that existing parcels, they get to have homes. That's the meaning of these terms as they've been applied over the last 12 years. So I think it's pretty clear that natural areas aren't intended for subdivisions. I am pretty confident in Story County and also in Boone that we haven't really had subdivisions in those areas that we have approved. That's why the initiation request in the eyes of staff is you have to change it to another land use designation. It's very clear to me that green areas are not for divisions. If you choose that it isn't appropriate as a natural area, that's a different conversation. And that's why alternative 2 is written as initiating a change to the map. That means it goes through a public hearing process. It can be vetted as if that's a valid change for those areas. That's all you would be doing tonight. You're not approving a change. I don't believe that there's any precedent for city council just to waive subdivision authority and allow for new lots to be created within green natural areas as shown in the fringe plan previously or in Plan 2040.
I've got a question on that. Now, is this map is from the newest fringe plan that's not in effect yet?
This is from Ames Plan 2040. It's the fringe. It's an excerpt from the map in the growth and land use element of Plan 2040.
Okay.
There is no new fringe plan for Boone County.
So, but this this map is not accurate since if you see the triangle to the right there, as it goes up and goes over, and there's a triangle to the right there, that's all woods there. So you've got it shown as something else other than green there.
So yeah, so the designations
are
not specific
yeah,
to
it's
that
not an
degree.
accurate map, really.
Well, it doesn't mean that green is necessarily forest, and it doesn't mean that rural character is necessarily tilled. Green just represents the natural area, but a natural area could be made up of grass or not forested, right? So the color of the map isn't the only factor there.
I think the point he was making is though it's actually tilled land though. It's not grassland, it's not forest, it's tilled farmland.
Okay, I really have bent over backwards to allow you to sit at the staff table and try to allow time to talk. This is not really a question and answer now, so I appreciate your public input. So we just want the staff to go ahead and draw this to a close, and then we'll have council discussion and have a motion then. So
I don't have anything else to add. I was just trying to clarify how the alternatives are structured to be consistent with the past 12 years of administering the fringe plan and how we've done that as Ames.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Block or Mr. Wallace? Okay, thank you. All right, council.
I'd move alternative 1.
Would you illuminate,
Sorry, which is to
elaborate what that is, please?
To decline the request and retain the existing land use designations on this property.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion?
I would just add that I wish I could justify this. I wish I could help, but I just can't. Having just completed the Plan 2040, turn around and change something in it. Yeah, I wish I could help more, but.
Okay.
Yeah, it's probably cold comfort to hear that I completely sympathize and I understand the financial exigencies that are pressing on you right now and trying to continue to farm. But I, like Bronwyn, I don't feel that I'm in a position to change Plan 2040 at this point. And that's one of the reasons we asked to wait to review this until after 2040 was completed so we would know what the recommendations were from that plan.
Okay, those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstaining?
Abstain, conflict.
Okay, motion carried. All right, thank
So
you.
What's the decision on that?
The motion was declined. I mean, the applicant, go ahead, Kelly.
We have
The outcome.
said no to it, so we have an alternate path. So we can talk.
Yeah. Could I ask about maybe a a motion to send a letter to Boone County supervisors on this. We have a Boone County supervisor I've spoken with that has said that they're in favor of this division.
Kelly, would you go ahead and notify the supervisors, just let them know the decision?
I can. That's
All right.
That's not a problem.
Thank you. All right, moving on to number 31, Ames Urban Fringe Plan 28E Agreement.
Mayor, can we take like a 2-minute break?
Sure. We'll take a break till 8:30. Move on, Ames Urban Fringe Plan 28E agreement. Kelly?
Yeah, tonight we're here to focus on whether there should be an extension to the fringe plan. We've gone through our public comment period in the last month that ended on June 14th. We've been cataloging with Story County staff all of the comments we received. It was substantial input. We had very good attendance at our public meeting at the Ames Library, and then our workshop in Gilbert, and our workshop we had in Southern Ames as well. So we'll be passing that along to you for your review later in July. However, because of the public comment, it's clear that the plan as proposed was not going to be adopted, so we didn't schedule that for any hearings, and the plan is set to expire on July 11th. So we've laid out some of the themes for the comments just to give you some background, but really what we need is a decision on whether Ames wants to extend the current plan in its current form for some period of time. I think at least 3 to 4 months is needed to work through the comments with the different boards that are involved here, and then ultimately get a plan adopted. And if we do that, current plan stays in effect. We're all familiar with how that works. If the council chooses not to extend it, then what that means is that we can follow Plan 2040 as our fringe plan, and the policies are in the fringe plan about how we would do that. We anticipated that if there wasn't a fringe plan, we would still have policies on how we would like to do that. So for us, it's not a significant difference if there is a change in extending it, or if we were to say that we'll just end that now. I think the one concern I would have is if annexation was pending for an area that we've identified as a growth area, I would want to be able to move forward on that. The fringe plan would prohibit that in many places compared to how 2040 looks at that. Right now, there are no pending requests that I would urge you to consider and maybe think about allowing the fringe plan to lapse. If that was a concern that it was limiting some version of Plan 2040 and we didn't have a clear path to when there would be resolution in the fringe plan, I would probably say it's best to let it lapse at this point. However, I don't really have that pressing issue in front of you. With the extension, I recommended November 2nd. And as we were sitting here tonight, you should be asking me why November 2nd, Kelly. Honestly, I thought I was doing a good job of reading a calendar, and I didn't. Gilbert City Council meets on the first Mondays of a month. I thought November 1st was a Monday when I picked the 2nd. It's actually November 2nd is a Wednesday. So November 1st is a Tuesday. So Gilbert will not be meeting until November 7th. If they're part of this fringe plan, they don't meet until November 7th. It would be their normal regular meeting. Otherwise, Gilbert would have to be taking action all the way in the first week of October. And I don't know that we'll be in position exactly for them to act first compared to everybody else that would have more meetings later in the month. So we can pick November 2nd. It's just kind of a date. If you want to give a little more leeway to allow the Gilbert City Council to be able to meet in November as well to act on this, you might consider changing that extension date to November 7th. I'm not really believing that we should extend it much further than this. I think there's momentum from the public review. We should keep going. They shouldn't stall out. Also, the longer we go, the more likely there's going to be a conflict with someone that's interested in actually moving forward on the principles of Ames Plan 2040. So I'm comfortable with a 3 to 4 month extension. I think that first week in November allows for county staff and city staff to get through the comments with everybody and get direction, and also get through the public hearings to get this plan adopted if that's what's going to be the final outcome.
In order to extend it, all three parties have to.
Yeah, so it laid out an alternative one is if that's our choice to recommend extending it, we would give notice to both Gilbert and the Board of Supervisors. Board of Supervisors are planning to meet next week to consider that. And then Gilbert has a city council meeting on July 11th itself to make up for July 4th. So if they act on July 11th to approve it, then the documents can be signed. And then as the alternative lays out, we have to notify the Secretary of State within a month that the agreement has been extended. So all of those steps would have to happen here in the next 2 weeks for this to actually be extended. If any one party doesn't agree, it does not get extended.
So the item on the agenda tonight is just talking about the agreement. We're not talking about anything related to the fringe plan, correct?
Right. I'm not prepared to discuss the comments in depth. I just wanted to give you a heads up of what's coming. That's why I spent that time itemizing those issues out for you, so you have some idea what's coming.
Just the extension.
But there will be adequate time in the future for people to give comment to council on this.
Yeah, my guess is it'll be the last. Right now, I say tentatively your last meeting in July is probably when you will be reviewing the public comment and then giving direction on how to proceed. That would be my tentative schedule right now.
So on July 26th.
Yep.
Okay. Right. Questions for Kelly?
So Kelly, are you saying then that alternative one should be changed to reflect the November 7th date?
I'm saying it definitely could, because my intent was to allow Gilbert to have their first meeting in November. And I just misread the calendar on what day was the first.
Is there a motion?
I would move alternative one with the amended date of November 7th for item A.
Second. Any further discussion? Roll call.
Aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 32, resolution amending downtown facade grant program.
Good evening. On May 24th, staff was before you to discuss changes to the downtown facade program. And at that meeting, council directed staff to amend the program by tying grant eligible rehabilitation work to non-rehabilitation grant for the first round of funding and allowing for a standalone rehabilitation grant in the second round of funding. And the rehabilitation is for historically significant character defining features. And so the way that would work is in the fall, a rehabilitation grant for $15,000 could only be applied for in conjunction with work eligible for the standard downtown facade grant, meaning in combination with work already eligible. And the two grants could be awarded for a total of $30,000 for one facade, $15,000 for compliance with the downtown design guidelines, and $15,000 for rehabilitation. And then in the spring, the grant could be applied for by itself, so not in conjunction with any work. Staff does recommend approval of the changes to the changes, and I can take any questions.
And I just want to highlight, so in the attachment, this page that we have up is really this is page 2 of attachment 2. It's really the provisions that relate to this particular grant. We did include basically all of the program documents and updated them a little bit to reflect this, but we wanted to make sure everybody had a chance to see all of the documentation. It hasn't really been looked at in over 10 years, and council last made a major change about 10 years ago. So it's all there. Really, this is the focus of what's new. If you have any comments about any of the elements of the program, we can answer those as well.
So I'm in support of this. I think this is going to give some greater flexibility to architects in their work. My only concern is that the amount of money still seems to me very, very low. And so, again, to return to our metaphor of carrots and sticks, it's a sort of a small carrot. And if we want to effectuate a greater level of change, I think the community is going to have to invest a greater amount if we're going to want to see it. And we've already seen a significant decline in the number of applications, because what do you do with an amount that's so small? So, but I am supportive of, I think staff did a good job of putting this together for us tonight.
I think we neglected to remind you that you made two motions in May. One was to do this, and then one during budget was to come back
Right.
and review the financial amounts of the program.
Right. Yeah,
So we
thanks
didn't-
for the reminder
We
on
didn't
that.
delve into that tonight, but we will be back in the winter to talk about programming.
So I have a question about the relationship between the first page of attachment 2 and the second page of attachment 2, which is on the screen right now.
First page.
Yeah, so what is the relationship between those two pages? Is this what the applicants see or are they going to see only one of these that combines everything, or is it going to remain 2 pages like this?
So the first page is largely what is already available to the public, to the applicants. And that program, the existing downtown design guideline program or facade grant program, it remains the same. And in thinking about how to communicate this, it didn't seem like there was a good way to modify it without just kind of putting it on a second page and saying, and here is the other part of the, so what's on the second page pertains to the new historically significant character defining features grant.
So when I look at those, it just feels like the second page has most of the information that the applicants need. And if I were an applicant and I looked at this, I might only read the first page and not look at the second page and not even realize that I have the opportunity for that rehab grant because it's not mentioned on the first page. Whereas on the second page, it mentions the first grant round and it talks about how that fits with it.
So what you don't have is our actual application packet. So we do have an application page that you would look at. We send notice out to property owners. We would let them know there's 2 types of grants. So yeah, this is really administrative paperwork and it is there. It's available for people to read. We want them to read it when we're doing the grants, but it's not exactly our applicant message that we will be advertising, that's for sure. Does that help?
That helps somewhat. I'm
Okay.
still kind of wondering why they just couldn't be combined since both of the pages talk about the first grant period, the second grant period, and the second one actually seems to be a little bit more detailed about the relationship between those 2 periods. But I mean, is there a logical reason to maintain that standard one and then, oh, and by the way, we can do this rehab thing too? Or can we just talk about it as a facade grant that has what's available in the first grant period and what's available in the second grant period? It feels to me like it's confusing, and it may be that, the applicants aren't going to be confused because the rest of the package explains it, but if the second one is contingent on the first one, then they're really part of that same facade grant. It's just different phasing.
We can definitely take a look at it and think more carefully about how it's being presented and communicated to the public. And I appreciate the feedback that if it's confusing, we can I've read this thing so many times and I know what it says, and so I appreciate having fresh eyes to look at it for sure. They are with the 2 parts. I do think they are really separate grants. I mean, one is about changing the facade and bringing it into compliance with the downtown design guidelines, and the other is about preserving. And so I do, they are separate, and so I kind of feel like they're
an opening paragraph in our literature that talks about what's available or two different. The facade program includes 2 different elements. Introducing them right up front, the opening paragraph, what's eligible for them, how they can, and then it can follow obviously with the description of one and the next page of the other. But at least up front, they know there's 2 parts to it that they can avail themselves to. I think we can clean that up. That's what you're looking for.
Yeah, well, when I look at it, I think we're talking about the downtown facade grant, right? There's one program that we now have 2 grant periods for, but it's the same
Nope,
program.
not quite. Nope. We have one program with 2 different grants and 2 different time periods. And we've always had 2 time periods.
All right.
Yes, we've had 2 time periods.
So we have 2 grants now with under the umbrella of one program. That's how staff is thinking of it.
Yeah, it's just explaining it up front. I think we'll do that right at the beginning.
Yeah, we can make that
Grants were
clear.
available
Just
for
an
2 different
opening
reasons.
just, yeah, an opening. You're saying, I think, have something at the very beginning explaining right away, there are two parts to this.
That's right.
And
Maybe
the
label them
second one
part
is
one and then
contingent
part
on
two, and so
the
you
first
know.
one, really. You can't have the second one if you don't have the first one, right?
On the second round, you can.
Second round, right,
Yes,
but
in
the first
spring.
one you can't.
Correct.
So with this first, what I noticed initially was that with this first one, it does not mention at all that you could do the rehabilitation as part of the first round. So you're referring back to it. I'm not explaining this well.
No, I see what you're saying. Yeah, you're on the first page for the first grant period. You're right. It does not and mention that you could also
Yeah.
be applying for the rehabilitation grant at the same time. I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Which, and I personally would love to see more people applying for that.
Mm-hmm.
But on the second page, we do mention the other one. So, if you get to the rehab part, you look back and you say, oh, well, okay, it's in conjunction with the first one. No, let me go back and look at the first one again. So I think it would be helpful for the readers to understand the relationship between those two components.
Yeah, we can definitely modify what's on for the downtown design guidelines portion. Make sure that it's clear that during the first round they can be used in conjunction. Thank you.
Other questions, comments? Benjamin just had, and actually council, I have just a question on that is, right now, could someone apply for a grant and actually tear something out which is historically significant, like Luxor glass, the faceted glass that we talked about before? Right now, they could apply for that, and there's no stipulation within the grant that would prohibit them from doing that. Is that correct?
We wouldn't fund that, but you could do it in conjunction with work that we are funding. Correct.
Okay. And so a person could also get around that by saying, well, I'm going to do all this other work, but oh, by the way, this is coming out, but I'm not asking for funding for it, though.
Correct. That could happen. Yes.
Yeah.
We wouldn't like it, but it could happen.
Pardon me?
We wouldn't like it, but it could happen.
Right, right. And so I just philosophically, I was just wondering if council feels strongly about certain things that should be kept into a building that are significant. And primarily, I think it's the Luxor glass is about the last thing that's really, left. I mean, old wooden windows that just are not operable seems to be impractical. Although the purist in the National Historic Preservation would be you restore the wood window. Well, that's going to be very, impractical to try and accomplish that. But anyway, I just bring it up thinking about the recent example of there was something showing a transom being coming out, and it would have Luxor glass, going into it. I just didn't know if council wanted to consider some kind of encouragement for that not to happen. That was all.
We did approve that grant, I believe that.
Right. That was at the old Heroic Inc.
Yeah.
Location. Okay. All right. Other input, questions, comments? So I'm looking for a motion on a resolution then. Oh, wait, before we do that, open up public input. Is there anyone who in the audience that wants to address council on this particular topic tonight? Seeing none, we'll close public input. Now I entertain a motion on a resolution or direction to staff.
I would move alternative one with the amendments that we discussed for attachment 2.
Second.
And okay, moved and seconded. Is staff clear on what that discussion, what that is?
I just want to make clear for the minutes. There's no changing to the programming in attachment 2. It's the messaging and making it clearer how they're tied together. That's all that's all that's being asked of us. And then we'll do that administratively as part of the application packet. Is that understood?
That's correct.
Okay.
You want to add a little clarification in your motion in terms of messy
Yeah, why don't you put it part of the motion or?
Oh, boy. Okay, so I'm moving alternative 1 with the discussed amendments to the messaging for the grant review that is shown in attachment 2. Is that clear enough, Kelly?
That'll work. Just want to
Second.
make it clear that we're not adjusting terms.
Okay.
Second.
Any further discussion? Roll call.
Aye.
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 Thanks, Benjamin. Thanks, Melanie. All right. Moving on to item number 33, resolution approving professional service agreement with Strand Associates of Madison, Wisconsin. Hey, John.
So in early April, we released a request for proposals, an RFP for engineering services for the design and bidding phases of this project. In the RFP document, we actually included a copy of the scoring rubric that we were going to use to rate the proposals so that proposing firms could clearly see what was important to us as a priority. And we received 3 proposals. We had a 9-person internal staff team review those proposals and score them on a detailed scoring rubric. And Strand Associates out of Madison, Wisconsin was the preferred firm. Once we made that selection that they were the preferred firm, then we opened the fee proposal envelopes. And our question is always, is there fees in proportion with what fees that other highly rated firms were looking for the same work? And as Steve tells me, it never happens this way, but our preferred firm was actually the lowest fee this time around. And so with that, then we decided we wanted to proceed with Strand. We did reference calls with the projects that they submitted to us, and those all came back as we expected, very positive. So there were some things that they hadn't included in their scope that we felt that were important to be a part of the work. And we've kind of listed bullet points there of what those elements were. But after adding those, Strand updated their proposal. And so what we are recommending now is a design and bidding services and a lump sum fee of $1,655,000 and an additional $20,000 of hourly services for extraordinary permitting assistance as needed.
Okay. Questions for John?
So this is a pretty big price tag, and just might be helpful just to remind council and the public that this is an engineering piece of a project that will be approximately how much?
All said, the nutrient reduction portion of the project alone is about $44 million in current day dollars. And then there's an additional $10 million from a separate CIP project that we're rolling into this. So all told, the construction engineering all in will be in the neighborhood of about $55 million.
So this is worthy of our attention a little bit.
Years.
So, I mean, so this, as we think about big projects we do, engineering fees are going to be a portion of that. And in your experience, this is in the range proportionality of the engineering fees compared to the overall project?
Yeah, it is. We looked at that a few years ago, and typically we see, depending on the type of project, of course, but they range from about 12 to 15, 16% of the construction costs. And this would be well within that area. And also looking, they broke out the number of hours, all 3 firms did, and when we divide their total fee by the total hours, they're actually the lowest of the 3 firms.
Big project.
Yep.
This was your favorite one, if I remember.
Oh, it's terrible.
Yeah.
And I haven't had this rant for a while, but
Oh.
we just, we're spending huge amounts of money and having little impact on the Gulf. So
Right.
I would rather spend taxpayer monies on things that really accomplish. Now, I am encouraged that some of the projects that we are doing in terms of assisting with agricultural fields, those are things that are actually moving the needle. This is a project that will have very little impact, if any negligible impact, on the Gulf. So that's my I condensed my rant.
Thank you. All right, thank you, John. Open up public input. Is there anyone that wants to address council on this item tonight? Seeing none, we'll close public input. Entertain a motion on resolution.
Move the resolution. Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Those made a motion. Sorry, roll call, please.
Aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. All right, moving on. 34, resolution renewing fixed base operator management contract with Central Iowa Air Service at the Ames Municipal Airport. Hey, Damien, John.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor and Council. So what we're here tonight to talk about is the renewal of the fixed base operator contract. In the council action form, we talk about kind of the timeline that led up to this. We're currently on a 5-year, somewhat of a trial base FBO contract. Since that time, not only have our customers, anybody who's been out at the airport, I think has really experienced quite a positive experience. And I give all the credit to our FBO. They work really hard, and they really have. When we say we want it to be a front door to the community, they believe that, and they operate their businesses to reflect it. So I put in the council action form some of the kind of the key terms of this agreement. So this agreement is not a 5-year agreement. It's actually a 30-year agreement. There's a guaranteed 15-year period with a 15-year extension. The reason why we have structured it in that way was, one, because we're very satisfied with the service that FBO is providing, but this amount of time frame allows the FBO to invest in potentially building a hangar or to expand their business. If they did want to build a building in order to get business loans and such, you need to have a time frame around this time period. So the other thing too that maybe we should point out, we don't have to go through all of these for the sake of time, but what I can tell you is Section 1, that lists all the aviation services that we require under the contract. They're essentially identical to the ones that we had previously. And from my experience in building this contract and the one that we previously had, this is very boilerplate for our type of airport. So an enhanced service general aviation airport would have all these types of services. If there's any questions, feel free to stop me. But those are the services that we would have under the contract. Something that's a little bit special about the way we structure our contract, you can see under the title where it says winter and summer maintenance. So we have one of the positive relationships that we have with the FBO is that we provide them equipment essentially from our fleet services, and then they do all the labor to do summer and winter maintenance. So they clear the snow, they mow all the critical areas of the airport, keeping it look nice and keep it safe and operational year round. And so we list in there the equipment we're providing and the replacement schedule, because that allows us to escrow money for future replacements when those equipment fail. One kind of a special item in that agreement is that once we replace an equipment, the FBO can keep it. It's just no longer the primary responsibility of the city to keep that, the parts, the fuel, things like that.
When you say keep it, they don't own it. They can retain it.
Yeah.
Retain it for their use to maintain the airport, but it's
So-
still ownership of the city.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of a dynamic fleet, but is still airport property. When that would actually fail, the salvage value goes to the airport. So one of the things that, since they have the privilege of being the sole operating business on the airport that's endorsed by the city, you can see that under Section 3 of the agreement, they pay us a fee to do that. That allows them to operate a business, to sell fuel. Those are things that we don't allow other entities on the airport to do. It's of course how they make money and how they operate at the airport. So the way it's structured is under the first 15-year period, we'll have 3 5-year rate periods that are adjusted using the CPI. You can see in the council action form what the next 5 years will look like. And that's, I don't know if I put it in here, but it's essentially 2.7%. And we use September to September on a 60-month period because that allows us to line up with our budget that we present to council. So staff does our preparation and budget in the late fall, early winter. So that's why it's structured in that way, so that we can give you the most current rate adjustments during our budget proposals. The other thing that's critical, so there's the fee for the operating the airport. The other revenue source that we get from the FBO is fuel flowage. And so that's mutually agreed upon. And it's the same fee that they have now. Obviously, I think one thing that's point out that keeping the flowage rate as it is a very positive thing because as you know, the cost of fuel, the economy, there's a lot of things that it would be nice to lower that number, but we've talked with them and they're good at keeping that. And then obviously after the first 15-year period, we will look at and adjust that number. And those are really kind of the critical highlights. If you look through all the agreement itself, there's a lot of repetitive language that the FAA has us requires, a lot of federal requirements, non-discriminatory requirements. Obviously, those are more kind of legalese, maybe not something we need to highlight in this report. So with that, if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer. And I know Nikki, our operating manager from the FBO, is here tonight if there's any questions that she might be able to answer.
Questions?
Damien, I concur. I have had a number of people talk to me about what a fantastic job they're doing. One sort of quantitative way of measuring this is in fuel sales. People are sort of voting with their planes. Mm-hmm. And so can you speak to this? I don't expect you to have the exact numbers, but can you speak to the increase of fuel sales that communicates that people are choosing our airport?
Yeah, I don't have the actual percent increase in my head, but I know when I look at the budget forecast, one of the numbers that I forecast out is how much fuel in gallons that we sell. And I think we are around about a $30,000. So that 8 cents per gallon translates to about $30,000 in revenue. Before, like in our previous operator, that number was probably like around half, maybe 2/3. If I'm being generous, it was 2/3 of the number that this FBO is generating. And that's even given a huge dip in aviation. So as you can see in there, there's jet fuel and aviation gas, that 100 low lead. The 100 low lead is all the people who essentially aren't really running a business. They just love aviation. They may want to learn to fly and they have small aircraft. Because of that's heavily economy driven. So because the economy is very tight, that numbers goes down regardless of how good our FBO is. But the jet fuel more than made up for that loss. So if you someday I can maybe provide like a trajectories of what those fuel sales look like. But I would say, yeah, it's at least 40%, if not doubled what it was previously.
I can't think of any other contract that we enter into that's sort of a long-term contract. So we just don't give monopoly sort of relationships like this. And I can't think of any other context. So it's sort of a rare situation to have a multi-year arrangement. But
that's why the first time was a shorter period of time they've proven what we thought they would do, and they provide exceptional service, some of the best I've ever seen. Nikki goes out of her way to do, and her staff to do whatever it takes to make people happy there. And that's the front door. It's a door into our community. So we wanted to test it out, and we're really excited about keeping them here. We're glad they want to stay with us, actually. So
and
I think it's a fair agreement, and it gives them long-term commitment, allows them to make long-term investments in our operation too.
I think it's a win-win situation.
Yep.
So, and I particularly love the fact that Cy is there to greet all of the out-of-town sports teams that come to our.
That's really John. That's John dressed.
That's John's thing. So that's just brilliant.
I don't know how he holds that pose.
I just get tickles me when all these teams come in and get greeted by Cy. So well done, John.
Other questions?
This isn't a question, but I just wanted to compliment Nikki and the staff out there. The Discover Ames board meeting was held at the airport this month, and we got to hear about the operation and how successful it's been. And I'm I'm thrilled that it's turning out so positively for the FBO and for us. And I hope that this relationship continues to be a strong one.
Anything else? I'd echo what Tim said and Gloria said. I mean, I've talked to a few people that just give Nikki, glowing recommendations in terms of how well they're doing out there. So thank you for what you're doing. And there's a but here. The question is, who's responsible for trimming grass along fence lines and mowing? That's part of their contract. Is that right?
City property.
City property. I was
If
just
it's
curious.
in the fence, it would be something that they would either do, or because we do have a sublease. Essentially, we lease the farm ground, so that
Yeah, I'm thinking about along the south side. I was just wondering. I just thought it is our front door, and just wondered if it could be either trimmed or treated with some kind of a, I hate to use the word grass killer to kind of keep that down, because I think that mowed lawns and something along that, and it's a hard fence because it's like a farm fence, so to speak, but I just think that, continue to do that, and, good lawn care and vegetation really only further complements the service that's already there. But I don't know, is that something that you go out and look at, or Parks and Rec goes out and looks at it from time to time?
certainly those areas kind of beyond that front complex of the airport that is farm property, one way or another, we'll get it cleaned up.
Yeah, I'm not trying to add more work, but I just think that would be a real nice, nice. I don't mean the whole perimeter. I just mean along Airport Road, on the south side along the field.
Yeah, no, that's not an issue. It's
And are those
pretty easy fix.
Are those white X's that are flashing on and off all the time? Are those permanent fixtures on that runway, or?
No, that's because of the lighting project that we approved. Yeah, so
it's not a welcome sign, please land here.
No, it means you cannot use this airport right now.
How long? Just out of curiosity, how long will that be? Because both runways are closed down now, right? Is that right?
Yeah, it's just a couple of weeks, and then they'll be done with the lighting, and then they'll be able to open it back up.
Great. All right. I'll open up public comment. Does anyone want to address council on this resolution? Seeing none, we'll close public input to entertain a motion on resolution renewing fixed base operator management contract with Central Iowa Air Service at the Ames Municipal Airport.
Move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Roll call.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. All right, moving on to item number 35, hearing a long-term private hangar leases at the Ames Municipal Airport.
So this item, obviously, we opened the public hearing at a previous council meeting. Maybe the one thing to highlight that is the most significant change about these leases is that instead of doing kind of a virtual lease parcel on the airport property, and the rate was set on a square foot for a land area, this is very typical to what, during the master plan process, we got a lot of feedback from our hangar, current hangar owners and potential future hangar owners that were concerned about that lease parcel structure not really fitting with what you would see across central Iowa for this type of airport. It's very, very, very typical and very common now to see footprint leases. So in that, we went through, did a rate study, looked at what other airports are charging, and then we adjusted our leases to reflect a footprint lease. So, and the other thing too is that in order to get, I think council saw, and if you can envision, especially along the riverside frontage of the airport, that's where we expect all the hangar growth. And to somewhat incentivize or provide a competitive market environment for our airport to get new hangars, we are adjusting the fees down closer to what you might see at other airports. And so we expect that there should be, at least initially, a revenue loss. And you're probably like, oh gosh, we don't want a revenue loss. So we tried to quantify and put into context what that revenue loss looks like. So you can see in that kind of small strip table there at the beginning of the council action form that it's around 17,000. But in the context of the overall airport operations, even with that loss, we're still making around 160,000, and our expenses are around just over 130. So we will be in the black around $30,000 in the first year. And we obviously provided it to the city manager, but you project that out, that number that's in the black will get bigger. So we should hopefully in the next 5 to 10 years, even without getting new hangars, let's say we just can't incentivize new hangars to come, we will over time, just by the CPI adjustments, likely make up that 17,000. But if we get new hangars that come into the airport, it'll be a couple of hangars. I would say 2 or 3 hangars would easily erase that deficit, and let alone the amount of growth that the master plan anticipates, which is the only thing really holding that back is the cost of construction, markets and things like that. One of the things too, I should point out, when I walked into the council chambers tonight, I had not yet received, or I thought that I had not yet received 1D's signature, Sommerfeld, but in refreshing my email and checking it, we did get it, and we did get it before the call to order. So checking with Mark Lambert, we have all the signatures, so we should be good to approve. Unless there's questions, should be able to approve all 5 leases.
Very good. Questions for staff?
So I'm fine with everything you said. I just have 2 questions. How is it determined who gets a 25-year lease? Like, how many people wanted to have one of these leases?
Well, they're all 25-year. So they're all in the same kind of 5-year rate adjustment structures. And that was just essentially customer feedback. So the same issues that we were talking about under the FBO contract is the same for whether somebody's going to buy a hangar or they want to sell a hangar to somebody who potentially needs to finance that hangar. They want around a 20 to 30 year time period in order to get loans from a bank.
I see. And okay, so that's helpful on the length. But so we're approving 5. How many people wanted to have a lease and are not here?
Oh, do you mean who would be potentially building?
Well, these are existing buildings, so
Yeah, these are existing.
these are just land lease on existing buildings. We're just updating it now. We're extending.
Okay. And okay, so then the other question is this a lease assignable?
Excuse me, what?
Is this lease assignable?
Oh, yes.
And so if Ames, and just pick the first one, Ames Hangar Club, they have this lease and they wanted to assign it. It might be they could make a lot of money if they are able to find someone who's able to do better. So it's just sort of interesting that we're allocating a public commodity to someone that they could turn around and flip it and make money on this. Is that, am I saying that correctly?
I suppose potentially they could, but they are entirely bound by the terms of our lease, which means that they have to operate those buildings for aviation storage services. So or they might maybe run their own, like they maybe do some plane repair, but they can't operate any business they want. Like it's very narrow scope down to aviation activities.
Does the council have to approve the sublease, if you will?
Well, it says that the owner has to. So
That's us.
I guess, yeah.
So I mean, before we do that, we could check and see what the terms of that deal is. So they're not making money. We could check those things out.
It's just sort of interesting. We just don't do anything quite like this, and where this is public property. I just want to think through that a little bit.
The land is public property, but the hangars belong to the tenants.
Yeah. The lease only gives them rights to the building.
Okay.
Being there, essentially being on our property.
I think you just answered the question I was going to ask. I was a little bit confused by the fact that there's an explanation on the first page about how you've got 2 types of revenue, one which is the hangar leases and the other which is the land lease for the airport farm. But we're referring to these things as land leases.
Right.
So now it makes sense because we're
Oh.
letting them have the hangar on the land. Right. Okay.
Yeah, that piece of the council action form was only to essentially to bifurcate the two revenue halves of the airport. One was being anything from the farmland, which we use for capital improvements, and then operations, which we just use to cover operational expense.
So to the point Corey makes, which is good, it does say in the agenda and on the alternative number 1, land lease. So should that be modified to say hangar lease, or land lease is correct?
No, it's a land lease for the footprint of the building.
Got it. Very good.
Yep.
So we're changing the cost from the whole parcel to just the footprint of the building on the land that's being leased.
Right.
Yeah, this is no different than we put a swimming pool out on university property. That pool is ours, but we have a lease to let it sit there, or the municipal pool. Remember, we had a lease with this high school or the school district to put our municipal pool on there. The lease, that gives us a right to sit on that property. When that lease expires, they have no right to use that land anymore. So that's what we're doing. We're having a land lease, valuing the land, we didn't construct that building. We don't operate those buildings. Those are private sector buildings.
The difference is, and I don't want to beat this, but the pool was a public good, and arguably these are private. They can use it for private purposes, right?
Only
Okay.
aviation purposes,
Mhm.
and the public good is the lease revenue we're deriving from it is going for a public good. That's to operate the airport. The revenue goes to operate the airport. It's public good.
Right. Okay.
Any other questions? All right, I declare the public hearing on the long-term private hangar leases at the Ames Municipal Airport to be open. Anyone want to address council? Seeing none, I declare the public hearing to be closed. Entertain a motion on this item.
Move alternative 1.
Second.
Thank you. Which is to approve the attached leases. All right. Roll call.
Aye.
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 Very good. Thank you, gentlemen. Moving on to number 36, hearing on rezoning with master plan 798 500 Street from agricultural to FSRL.
All right, good evening. For tonight on the rezoning, we have a public hearing for rezoning from agricultural to FSRL, which is our low density residential zoning district that we use in the expansion areas of Ames. The area shown here in green, that is the property that we are looking at. I'm going to flip over to the master plan so you can understand what that is depicting for the development of the property. So to get that same orientation. So north is to the top here. So we use a master plan to generally depict the planned development of the property. This is not refined to the level of a subdivision. The intent is to show where development will occur and generally where open spaces are planned to occur. In this case, it also helps us identify what building types are planned as well as the range of density. So you generally understand how and if the property can be developed consistent with city policies. This master plan it does show how street connections will occur that we do expect. What we are saying in this plan, which is a little bit unique, is although this property has frontage all the way out to County Line Road, due to that narrow width of that lot at this point in time, we're not anticipating a road connection there. So really the access to this property is going to be from the south until such time as development to the north happens. We do have planned extensions of roads to occur to the north. So eventually this property will kind of be in the middle of development, both to the south and the north, and eventually there'll be other connections over to County Line Road. But in the meantime, it will be accessed solely from the south. Staff finds that the master plan is consistent with our zoning ordinance requirements. We recommend that the rezoning move forward with the master plan. You'll also notice in the council action form, we have a unique element of an oversized sewer that we want to have developed through this property. With Ames Plan 2040, we were looking for growth to be west of here. One of the during the tiers analysis stage of the comp plan, we identified an additional oversized sewer was needed to get to Boone County to be able to serve that development. Our municipal engineer believes that this would be an opportune location to do that. So the city staff is working with the developer to identify the cost sharing arrangement for that sewer. We put a draft agreement with the council action form on Friday. After further discussions with the applicant, I think we've all decided that some additional detail on the design of that sewer system would be beneficial to the language in the agreement. So we do not have a signed agreement tonight. So we're saying, although we support the rezoning, ultimately we need to have the hearing continued to the next meeting to allow for that contract rezoning agreement to be finalized. We're trying to meet with them this week so we can get that done next week and be back in time for July 12th. So overall, we're supportive of the project, but our official recommendation will be to open the public hearing tonight and take any public comment, and then continue the hearing until July 12th. And I think I provided a memo to outline that situation to you as well. So any questions about the rezoning tonight that I can answer?
Questions? All right, so we're going to declare the public hearing on this item to be open, and you're welcome to address council. The public hearing will be continued until July 12th, and only you can appear one time and make your comments, but you won't be able to appear the next time and make comments again. So if you want to do it tonight, you're welcome to do it. If you want to wait until July 12th, you're welcome to do it. But just want you to be aware that the hearing will be technically kept open until July 12th. So the hearing is open, and anyone who wants to address council is welcome to do so tonight. If you want to address council, you're happy to do so. Please just come to the podium and introduce yourself and your address, and you may go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to be educated a little bit, because I looked at the map, the assessor map, and I realized that some of the property goes through and includes actually portion of the creek.
Okay, so sorry, first of all, could you get your name and address, and then go ahead and you can ask questions.
My name is David Vaknin, and my address is 4929 Utah Drive.
Thank you.
It's by the.
Okay.
So it's just an educational thing. I wanted to just understand how come a property, a creek can be actually a private, or portion of the creek can be a private property and not public property or Ames property. Okay. In fact, the northern part of the creek is actually Ames property, Ames City property.
Okay.
But that area includes actually a portion of the Clear Creek.
Okay.
That's the question.
We'll have staff answer that question after public input. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else you want to say?
No, thank you.
All right. Thank you. Anybody else?
Hello, my name is Brent Sinclair. I live at 5112 Springbrook Circle. I have a property that will border this new property. The developer has stated that they would like to maintain the integrity of the neighborhood that's already developed. And if you look at that, you see the amount of green space that's between the backs of houses. And that space will be, is not prevalent in the new master plan. So you see the very small strip below on the south side of the property. As a property owner, we would just like to maintain the neighborhood as it's shown today, with a lot of green space in the back. We'd like to see the green space flipped from the north side to the south side. to kind of maintain the feel of the neighborhood. Does that make sense?
Is Springbrook Circle the one that's on the right-hand side of the
Yes.
map there?
It's, yes, there.
Okay. Anything else?
That is it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I always appreciate people who wait 2.5 hours.
I know. It's
Make one comment. Thanks for
2.5
coming.
3.5 hours.
Yeah, 3.5.
Oh, shoot.
All right. All right. I need a motion to continue the hearing until July 12th.
Move to continue the hearing?
Second.
Roll call.
Aye.
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 Thank you. So anyone who did not speak tonight is welcome to speak on July 12th. And Kelly, you want to go ahead and address the question about was raised about can a creek become
Mark might be able to get more technical than me, but essentially in Iowa, there's no obligation that waterways are public property. So there's property lines that cross waterways in many places. We do acquire title to waterways. Sometimes it can be dedicated through a subdivision process. We might acquire it as part of our city operations to manage the creek. But it's not a given that all waterways are under public jurisdiction. So that's my layperson explanation of how it works. Yeah. But
okay.
That's Iowa.
And how about the green space? Do you have any comments on that regarding?
I do not. So we don't have a mandatory buffer separation between subdivisions that would dictate a particular width. We don't even require open space between any lots, specifically outside of conservation subdivisions. So that's not something that's a zoning standard per se. Why it's configured this way, I would have to defer to the applicant to explain the balancing of what they're looking at here. We have not seen, we've seen a preliminary sketch for development here, but we have not gone through a preliminary plat submittal to understand the complete stormwater management approach, the grading plans, or anything to that level. Obviously, there's some thought that put into this. This isn't just bubbles. It is at right angles. So it does suggest there's some specificity here that had an intent behind it.
There still would be setbacks, though.
Yeah, so all the brown isn't buildings necessarily. Right. That's where lot area will be for houses. But the green would likely be either through an easement or be an outlot in the subdivision where no structures would go.
So what ability does council have to give direction in terms of amount of green space, and what is under the purview of the developer?
So within our master plan, so our chapter 29, our zoning ordinance defines how to propose map amendments, and that's where the master plan comes from, is in that. The point of us asking for this information is for council to understand intent. If there was an area that was not intended to be available for development, council could say they wouldn't approve that master plan for development in a particular area of a site. That's what this approach is for. We have not typically got into dimensional standards on master plans. It's probably conceivably possible if there was a reason to justify a minimum standard that could be put into the agreement. But typically this is general intent, and the more specific details are looked at through the preliminary plat phase of the project. So I think it's pretty clear here what the neighborhood would like to see conceptually, and it's pretty clear how it's shown here right now by the developer, but the developer would have to speak to why it's laid out this way at this time. I can't answer that specifically.
I was trying to tease out, does council have the ability to start going in and telling developers how much space they should or shouldn't have between spaces or not?
We do through setbacks.
Yeah.
Well,
you
yes,
do,
but this
you
is
do
not
through the
setback.
zoning.
This is actually a dedicated green space we're talking about.
You do through the zoning process. The master plan is your tool to have some general understanding of development. Now, usually it's bigger areas like the west side. Like, let's say there was brown all the way into the slopes towards the creek. It'd be completely normal for the city to say, I don't want to see brown development area on steep slopes of a site, pull that off of the master plan. That's generally what we do with master plans. So it is definitely in your purview to look at this, and that's why we asked for it, so you understand the proposed development patterns.
Pardon the pun, but just trying to get lay of the land.
I'm sure if I was along the north side and I'd had the chance to look at green space for a while, and I knew if it's eventually the property would probably develop to the north, but still, it's been nice to have green space. I can
Well,
appreciate that.
As council recall, there's a development down there in southwest Ames where we had property owners come
Right,
in,
right.
and they were very, very much upset, but they were actually totally within the allowed use of that property and what was rezoned. And so
Yeah.
I'm just trying to bring to light the fact that this is coming up and just making sure we're all on the same page in terms of what council can and can't do, or what it is or isn't going to do in terms of setting precedent, and then also staff working with the developer and also listening to residents. But I just didn't know if council is going to start we're going to start saying this is what's going to be expected in developments. That's all. If it is, then it's good to get that clear. Anything else tonight?
I don't have anything else to add. No.
Okay. So we'll see us again on the agenda on the 12th.
July 12th. So there will not be additional notice because it's being continued specifically to July 12th. So if anybody's watching and they want to come, that's fine, but there won't be new letters. There won't be new notices sent out.
And it's presumed that Justin and the residents will be interacting, or you'll be interacting with them. Is that right?
Yeah. And you
Not
would like-
officially, but they
so-
can certainly contact you and talk to you about that.
And with the, just to be clear, with the continued public hearing, the applicant will be at that meeting to be able to take their usual position in the public hearing process to respond to comments and questions by council.
All right. Thank you for coming and being here for 3.5 hours, and we'll see you in a couple of weeks. All right. Item 37, hearing on proposed amendment to zoning ordinance section 19809 regarding Campus Town Service Center requirements regarding clay brick.
Good evening. So we've been before you a couple times with this proposed text amendment with no suggested or proposed language until this evening, but we have checked in. We went to Plan and Zoning Commission with 3 kind of general ideas and options based on feedback we got from you on May 10th. And then we came back to you on the 24th to make sure we were headed in the right direction for what you were comfortable with before we brought some official language forward. So at the meeting on the 24th, we went forward with a direction with kind of three kind of things to work on with the text amendment, and was to allow an exception for the amount of clay brick when it was located on a zero setback lot line, to when you weren't meeting that 50% clay brick on each facade, that the clay brick placement was given to priority placement on facades that are highly visible from parking lots, streets, plazas, things like that. And then to require that the material that's used in place of clay brick would be a higher quality and appearance and finish than just a plain concrete block that's, the gray cement color. So with you can see our proposed language in the attachment. We basically made an exception. So section 4, item 4 under the table addresses all of those items. We did want to bring forward, since this was initially the request came from a real project, 2516 Lincoln Way, which will be Brothers Bar and Grill. We thought we would bring what their elevations are and the impacts, so you can see a real world example of this text amendment. So the zero lot line wall they're talking about I'll turn it north to the top, sorry, is this east lot line over here. And so there is a jog right here. Right now, the Mr. Burrito building is right here. It will touch up against that building, so you will not see this wall at all except for the second story, because Brothers will be 2 stories. And then It will be at the lot line here, but there will be some space. So the only time it will be visible is if a customer were to use the back entrance to Copyworks in that area. So as you can see, this is that wall. This is all the east wall. This line is kind of the break where that jog is. So this is what you will see at Copyworks. This is what you will see at Mr. Burrito. If you're driving west on Lincoln Way, you will see this area, in small increments, given the trees and the heights of other adjacent buildings. And then when you're looking at the rear, this is the whole back of the building. And this is what you will see when it jogs back. So the CMU right here is actually 35 feet from the actual rear facade and rear property line. So their notes say that this will have the same color as the main brick of the building. So it's brick one. They have two different brick colors. Brick one is a majority of the front facade. So that's the color that this block will be. And then additionally, this portion that will be visible will have a texture on it too. So it won't be smooth. So it'll be so all of it will be integrally colored CMU that matches brick they're using on the front facade. And then they'll have some extra texture on that top portion that's visible. So that's kind of a real world scenario.
Maybe you could summarize. So
we want to let's point out what the positive part of this. We pointed at the part that's the exception.
Right.
So how they've dealt with the prominent part is they've made the front 100% brick,
Right.
and then the west side of the building is their patio area. They're now making that 100% brick. So the two most public locations for the building become all brick because they're getting the exception for the zero lot line area. So Julie's walked through all of the parts that are not brick.
Yeah, sure.
And then where they have brick is in the more prominent locations.
And even the rear, the most rear facade, where that's going to be most visible in that parking lot and lot X, is also 100% brick, except for their patio area. And they're using some different metals and on the patio. So. Is it cool? I'll read the note.
Yeah.
It's so.
So I think that gives you a pretty good sense of, we haven't
Yeah.
reviewed it for complete compliance. It's a recent submittal, but that shows, I think, the intent of how the exception's supposed to work. That's how staff would likely implement this across the board, trying to focus on those highly public elements of the building and getting away from that side. Now, if more brick was required and they could add it on the sides, that would be expected. You might notice in the language of the text amendment, we want to explain this because I think it's first time you read it, it's the last sentence of 4.1 4 subsection 1, where we say the amount of clay brick may be reduced on the visible portions of the zero lot line wall if other exterior wall surfaces are not sufficient to meet the clay brick. What that's trying to get to is if the calculation for the brick still includes that side wall where no brick is being placed to generate how much brick has to be put on the rest of the building. So that's how come we get 100% on the front and they get so much on that patio side, because you're calculating the requirement off of the whole building. What that section is saying is after you put brick in all the visible areas on the front and the back, or maybe the front, back, and side, if still more was required, that's the amount that gets waived. Because the whole point was you weren't able to physically put brick on a zero lot line. So if that's the only place left, then that remaining amount is what is waived as a requirement. So you have to first cover everything you can, and then only in the zero lot line would you have it reduced. So that's mathematically possible. Long, narrow lots are the ones that would be potentially this issue. We kind of talk through how different lotting patterns, if you have a narrow frontage, you're not going to have a lot of surface area, but you might have a lot of side wall area. And we think that meets what council's intent was, and we didn't want to get caught in a conundrum of, well, how do I meet the calculated requirement if I'm not able to physically do that? So if you have questions on why that's worded that way, that's what we were trying to accomplish. Tim does.
I think this has a lot of common sense to it. I guess my only question is, I'd like to assume that you guys took a look at Campus Town and sort of said, if we adopt this, are there places where we're going to stub our toe? And so is that true? Have you sort of gone around Campus Town and said, if this becomes the rule, then we're going to be okay.
I think that's why and at first we didn't have kind of that additional exception that Kelly just explained.
Right.
And so that's why we included that, given the lotting pattern. Most of them are, assuming the lots stay and don't combine with another adjacent lot, most of the lots are more long than they are wide. And then you're going to come into that. And especially if they go 2 stories or more.
Yeah. Seems very common sense.
Kelly, one question I have is on 4A. First sentence, it says may use alternative building materials. That seems a little open-ended. I think that council had talked about maybe it being either masonry or concrete.
I think
Just because alternative building material, I'm just thinking of from when I was practicing. If I saw that, I would not think about masonry. I think, metal siding or stucco or something else. I just wonder. I think that discussion was that we're trying to let it be, and masonry includes concrete block. It includes, brick or other, fired type products.
I thought we went through that last time.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
We did, didn't we? Go through.
It's
Yeah,
not
but
going to be Legos, right? It's got
Yeah,
to
but
be.
I think we went through it and settled on that this was okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that
Yes.
I think what the mayor was getting to is we could insert the phrase masonry or concrete in front of alternative building materials to make it really clear that those are the only 2 type of materials that would be allowed as that substitute, not
guess-
some other product.
Right. I guess I thought we had just already hashed that
If
out.
it's just those 3 words, that would be okay to insert now, though, right?
I believe, Mark, if we were inserting 2 words.
Well, I guess maybe a point of clarification. Were you thinking it'd be masonry or precast, or it'd be any kind of building
I
material?
don't care.
Okay.
I think it could be any kind
I
of
guess-
complementary building material.
Again, as stated earlier, it's always nice to have a second set of eyes or multiple sets of eyes, because we hash this out between us. We discuss it multiple times. We rewrite and we rewrite, so it becomes so the same to us. We do miss things.
we'd add? What words?
If
Kelly,
you want to make it
Yeah.
expressly clear that it's a concrete or a clay product, you would add
No, clay masonry.
masonry. I'm sorry. You would say may use alternative masonry or concrete building materials. That's what would be inserted.
And I'm not trying to reopen the conversation.
Yeah.
I was just trying to make sure that we were following through with what council had talked about. And if it was not the understanding, it'd be just limited to that, then I would withdraw my comment and we just let it stand the way it is then.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I don't know about the rest of council, but for me, that was not a requirement.
My thought in not specifying it and including language like that was, I guess, in my mind, these are going to not be highly visible facades. And so maybe even a lot of times they're that shared party wall type of situation. So again, I don't think it doesn't impact it, I don't think, strongly one way or the other.
Can you remind us if CVS actually has something that's non-masonry?
CVS?
The Kingland building.
Yeah, the Kingland, sorry.
Yeah, so they have some metal, they have architectural metal panels
Yeah.
on a fair
So-
amount of the building.
That's the part I remembered that made me think that we weren't requiring.
So again, the
Yeah.
base standard is only 50% of each facade has to be
Right.
brick. It can be anything else after the brick. So that's why there's architectural metal panels on Kingland.
Okay, on Kingland.
This is really just that exception for the 0 lot line walls. You can still have buildings with other stuff. It's just that exception wall.
Okay.
Well, so I'm not sure where we left.
No,
it.
I think that-
I thought that we had said at the last time we looked at this, that it would be the masonry or concrete products. We looked at an array of those, but
The 50%.
was that the direction that we gave staff?
Yeah.
We didn't.
When
We didn't have written language for you. The intent of that alternative is covered here. It's that precision of the language. Is it what council wants tonight, or do you want to add those words masonry and concrete into it? That's really the question.
When I went to I did go to the minutes and to the motions, and the minutes, it didn't help. It didn't clarify it either way. Or the motion didn't
Okay.
either.
So I withdraw I made the comment, and point is that if there's mixed understanding, I think that honestly, I think you're going to find that a lot of people are probably going to use masonry because it's got a fire resistant nature to it. They might put something on the outside that might be complementary. They're not going to try to go in there, try and put in something which is objectionable essentially. And you do have complementary to other masonry building materials. I just was trying to make sure that councils, I had to misrepresent. I meant not recall accurately what our conversation was. So I'm not trying to drag it out, nor am I trying to, change council's direction. So,
These are good observations. Your background really helps us to think through this.
all right. So I declare the public hearing on this item to be open. Is there anyone who wants to address council on this topic tonight? Seeing none, I close the public hearing and I would entertain a motion on the proposed ordinance.
Move on first.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Roll call.
Aye.
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 Okay, very good. Anything else on this one, Kelly?
They're requesting we would
Yeah.
waive.
Move we
So-
waive the rules.
Second.
Roll call.
Aye.
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 All right, entertaining a motion on second passage.
So
Move on second.
Second.
Roll call.
Aye.
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 And then entertain a motion on approval and adoption, approval of third reading
Move on third.
and adoption. Roll call.
Aye.
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 Done.
Very good. Thanks, Kelly. All right, moving on to item number 38, 2021, 2022 Clearwater diversion. Any questions for staff on this item? Hearing none. Open a public hearing on the 2021, 2022 Clearwater diversion project. Anyone want to address council? Declare public hearing to be closed. Entertain a motion on resolution approving final plan specifications awarding the contract to Ames Trenching of Ames, Iowa, in the amount of $94,500.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Roll call.
Aye.
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 Thank you. We got item 39, 2017-2018 Low Point Drainage Improvement, Almond Road, GW Carver Avenue, and Bloomington Road. Any questions for staff?
No, but I'd just like to say it's nice to see two things that came in under the engineer's estimates for a change.
Duly noted.
Here, here.
All right, declare public hearing on this item to be open. Anyone want to address council? Declare the public hearing to be closed. Entertain a motion on resolution approving final plan specifications awarding the contract to Ames Trenching of Ames, Iowa, in the amount of $98,415.
Move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Roll call.
Aye.
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 And item 40, 2020, 2021 Shared Use Path System Expansion, Vet Med Trail, South 16th to South Grand. Any questions for staff? And declare a public hearing to be open on this item. Anyone want to address council? Declare the public hearing to be closed. Entertain a motion on resolution approving final plan specifications and awarding contract to Jasper Construction Services, Inc. of Newton, Iowa, in the amount of $333,928.60, contingent upon receipt of IOD concurrence.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Roll call.
Aye.
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 Thank you. Item 41, 2021, 2022 Intelligent Transportation 1 and 2. Any questions for staff on this item? All right, declare public hearing to be open on this particular item. Is there anyone who wants to address council? Declare public hearing to be closed. Entertain a motion to accept the reported bids and delay award until a future date within 30 days of the Iowa DOT letting date of June 21st, 2022.
So moved.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Item 42, old water treatment plant demolition. Any questions for staff on this item? Declare the public hearing on this project to be open. Does anyone want to address council? Declare the public hearing to be closed. Entertain motion on resolution approving final plan specifications and awarding the contract to Linco Incorporated of Sartell, Minnesota, in the amount of $2,398,000.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Aye.
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 Thank you. And entertain motion on resolution approving the change order to professional services agreement with Strand Engineering of Madison, Wisconsin for additional construction phase engineering services for the old water treatment plant demolition project in the additional amount of not to exceed $119,700.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Aye.
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 Thank you. All right, moving on to ordinances. Item 43, entertain motion on first reading of ordinance for Iowa State University representative on transit board. Moved.
Second.
Second. Roll call.
Aye.
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 Is there a motion to
Waive the rules?
waive the rules?
Suspend.
Move that, right.
Suspend the
Roll call.
rules.
Suspend.
Sorry. Oop.
No.
Motion to suspend the rules.
Suspend the rules. Thank you.
They're gone.
It's getting late. All right, roll call.
Aye.
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 Entertain a motion on passage of second reading of the ordinance.
Move on second.
Second.
Roll call.
Aye.
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 And entertain a motion on passage of third reading and adoption of the ordinance.
Move on third.
Second.
Roll call.
Aye.
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 Thank you.
I sent you.
All right, entertain a motion on second passage of ordinance rezoning 3005 and through 3125 Grove Avenue and 3209 Duff Avenue from residential high density RH to residential medium density RM.
Move on second.
Second.
Roll call.
Aye.
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 Entertain motion on third passage and adoption of ordinance number 4468 for zoning text amendment to remove the Campus Town Service Center CSC zoning district mid-block 20-foot setback standard along Lincoln Way.
Move on third.
Second.
Roll call.
Aye.
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 And item 46, entertain motion on third passage and adoption of ordinance number 4469, modifying chapter 18 of the municipal code for parking changes to various locations.
Move on third.
Second.
Roll call.
Aye.
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 Thank you. All right, moving on, disposition of communications to council. We have one item tonight, request for consideration of resident-owned solar panel systems that enable energy independence.
So I was a little confused when I read this because I think the resident was misinformed. So I think I sent you an email right before the city council meeting. I asked Don Com to contact Lauren to explain to her we do allow this, and he explained to her the process. She wrote back, and you got a copy of it. It says, Don already contacted me and told me that what I need to know. Thank you for getting back to me. So I think he will help her through the process of installing solar panels on her house.
Very good. Thank you. Thanks for the quick follow-up. That's the fastest follow-up I've ever heard of from a disposition.
It's tough to keep it up, you
There you
know.
All right. Okay, council comments. Gloria.
Nothing tonight.
Jim,
Thank you, staff, for staying so late. We
Yes.
appreciate you. That's it.
Anita.
Nothing tonight.
Nothing for me.
I just had something quick I wanted to follow up on about the Cyclone Welcome Weekend. I think our discussion was really productive, and I hope all the efforts go really well when they're implemented. I just want to know a little bit more information specifically about the logistics of the towing cars and if there's any way to make it more accessible for people that are affected. I think the price is reasonable, so it would just be kind of surrounding the location where it's towed to. And maybe if we would have an option to use like an ISU parking lot that would be closer, or a city parking lot, something that would make it easier for those individuals to get their cars back. So I can keep the motion vague, but I would move that staff look into the logistics and potential accessible options for towed vehicles during the weekend prior to the start of ISU classes.
Second.
Those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried.
Aye.
I'm sorry. Nay.
Nay.
5-1. All right. Sorry, Bronwyn.
No, that's all right.
Anything else?
That's it.
Thanks, Rachel. Bronwyn?
Nothing for me. Thanks.
Bryce? Nope. Well, I'm going to close on a very positive note. I don't know if any of you got a chance to go out and see the Ames triathlon, but there was over 300 triathletes. There was a para athlete for the first time. And this is because a couple here in town a few years ago came up with this brainchild. They ran Ironman. And I just had a time to just get a little bit of a backstory on this. And it's just from a standpoint of physical health, mental health, just a tremendous event, going on. And they also have donated so far up to $600 towards a park project at Ada Hayden. They're trying to hit $1,000. So they're trying to get back to the community also. But every year this has grown. So this is only the third annual, but they have over 300 athletes, plus families, plus friends, and the camaraderie out there was just absolutely amazing. And they want to see us continue growing, and they're talking about maybe turning into a 2-day event. And kudos to Parks and Rec staff. They called out Keith and Joshua just being so helpful and supportive. And there's just like an army of like 50 or 70 volunteers that help get it set up, get it taken down. But it was just a really cool event. It sure helped. We had a beautiful day. It was like, 58 degrees and water temperature was 77. But anyway, I just thank you for approving the use of Ada Hayden for that, because you have to, approve it. But it's a really cool event. And we had people from, I think, Gilbert Fire Department. We had Story County Sheriff. We had our police department. I think we had medical personnel from different groups that were out there in case. They had, had a flotilla of boats out there on Ada Hayden to watch the swimmers. There's just a lot of work and a lot of preparation. DOT cooperated in terms of letting them, work on the traffic on 69. So just a marvelous event. So it was a super nice weekend, and just want to call that out and say thank you to everyone that's doing work on that. With that, I take a motion to adjourn.
Move we adjourn.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned. Thank you.